Kimani kits. Lakini hawezi haya machine kwa Kenya after imepiga kura, because unaweza enda huko hivi mnapigana Donald Trump versus nani Kamala Harris, kidogo kidogo kura ya William Ruto inaanza kutokea hapo 5%. Unashangaa, ala, William Ruto tena 5%. Kidogo kidogo hivi unaona kura ya Wajakoya na mlikuwa mnafuata Kamala Harris versus, kumbe ndo zinaingia kutoka Tharaka Nithi. We. You cannot hire Kenyan electoral equipment. Are you mad? But I saw the ambassador alikuwa amekaa na jamaa wetu pale akisema kwamba I met with the IBC CEO for strategic partnerships. I'm like, okay. Don't you find it a bit odd, Bwana Ashiv, that a whole ambassador will be talking to an independent electoral and boundary commission? Ashiv, uko hapo? Luca, what are your thoughts on that?
The only thoughts I have is on out of the topic is about peace in our country. Sijui kama anaweza changia hiyo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, the politics that has been happening lately, you know, the impeachment of the deputy president, mi kitu ninashukuru kabisa. Okay, first, I want to make it clear that me, I was never in support of this government. I have never been in support of this government. Kutoka mwanzo, from when they were vying, I used to have issues with their promises, I used to have a lot of issues with them. But I recognize kuna watu ambao it's their democratic rights to, you know, like them and vote for them. So at this I know the guy that was impeached, I know sahi bado kuna watu wenye wanamsupport and it's their democratic right. Just the same way I voted for another candidate, the same way I support others, it's my democratic right, it's their democratic right. But kitu nashukuru kabisa, the individuals that were supporting the deputy president hawajafanya vurugu hata kidogo. Hapo ninashukuru sana, and this is a very good thing for our country. Hawajafanya vurugu hata kidogo, na ninashukuru sana, na sisi wengine we need to, you know, emulate that. Hawajafanya vurugu, sijaona wakithreaten anyone. When there were rumors that the same thing was going to happen in the last government, the same thing that has just happened, the same position was whoever that was occupying the same position, there were rumors that that was going to be done to him. Tulianza kuona some bad videos na from their supporters na haikuwa mzuri, but the good thing is that did not happen. Na sahi I very much appreciate that our people from that region, our friends, our relatives from that side hawajafanya kitu yote mbaya, na hiyo ndio kitu mimi nashukuru sana. They have not even given any threat. Of course I'm sure kukasirika wamekasirika, but hawajafanya kitu yote mbaya, na hiyo ninashukuru sana. Nawashukuru sana sana sana. They are on the opposite side of, okay, I'm on this team and they are in the opposing team, lakini unaona they have maintained peace, and that is something I emulate. I may not be in the same team as them, but nashukuru the way they have behaved, and this is what you need to continue up to all the way up to the next any kind of political thing that occur, or even during the elections. This is the kind of peace that we need to maintain across our country, ndio, because ni sisi wote tunaumia. The bank charges zinakwanga across. They don't go and look and say, oh, you're from, you support so and so, so wewe kwa ATM yako tutakukata kidogo kuliko the other individual. No, it's the same across. So hiyo ni kitu nashukuru sana our brothers and sisters from that side, muendelee hivyo hivyo. And it's a challenge to us to also, borrow a leaf from their page. Yeah, thanks.
Aya, unasema kwamba we need to borrow. Unaogopa jamani. Unajua mimi nasemaje? Why do we always want to fight for politicians? Western Shila always asks that. Look at my talk here. Why do we always want to fight for politicians? It's not even
Because
with, it's for.
sorry to interrupt you, because unajua pipi, kuna watu wengine when they hear their guy wamekosewa, they say it's them wamekosewa. Kuna kwanga na watu wako hivyo. Yeah, so they are resilient people who will commit crimes on behalf of the whoever that wanafeel amekosewa. So we live in a crazy world. There are people who can, ni kama like in unaonanga in football when teams are playing, unapata a player amefoul mwingine, then a crazy fan anaruka from the stands anakimbia kupiga the other individual, and yet the referee is there, hata mwenye amegongwa ameumizwa hajafanya kitu yoyote, ametulia. So it's sijui kama, I think maybe watu wana take the war of another person, they personalize it and then they decide to act on behalf of them, hata kama hawajaambiwa, they just go along and they start to do that. Yeah.
Very weird precedents, if you ask me, bana. Very weird. Una set up watu kwa very bad situation. I just don't know, but I feel like we should be better as a people. Sikurukiana ovyo ovyo. Sinasema tu. Alafu, I realized we have the urban city bias, where we think we are better than the people who are there, who are in the village. Niliona comment fulani. Luca, do you believe, it's also away from the topic, but do you believe that if you move we shall go, it means that your life has stagnated? Your life will stagnate?
I don't believe so, especially today that you can do anything from Woko Shago. The things that used to bring us to the cities and urban areas, nowadays you find them in that the other side. Like we used to come to Nairobi because of education. Kuna good educational institutions hapa. I'm talking about the KMTCs and the universities, even high schools. They are very good places around. The roads were accessible, and there was electricity, but hizi vitu zote ziko up country. Yeah, because ni county gani hazina these institutions na electricity and roads? Sidhani. Ni kama zote ziko, ama maybe it's the number of counties zenye hazina ndio kidogo. So you can still do everything, and even the internet. Saa hii si Starlink imefika everywhere. So you can host your space from any part of this country. So life does not stagnate. The opportunities that we used to see in Nairobi zimefika huko. Although si zote zimefika, but still your life can continue. Na si eti the people who are in up country ama huko reserve, they are less compared to us. We are just the same. Ni mapenzi tu ya Mungu. Mungu alifanya tu sisi wengine we were able to settle in Nairobi. Yeah, we are just the same. Ni mapenzi tu ya Mungu. Yeah, you're just the same.
Kemi, unasikia? Hii ni ya Kemi. This is a message to Kemi, kwamba sio mimi kupenda kwangu kwamba naishi huku Rongai. Kemi,
social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pipi.
You're listening to Home Run with Pipi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be making positive strides back, but thank you so much for tuning in and talking to us. Today is all about trending topics. And of course, you can request and talk about the trending topic that has been eating your head up since you saw it on the headlines. So, yeah, I've been asking a couple of questions here and there just to get to feel what we are all about. You can request the microphone anytime and talk to us. And also, I'm seeing 11th of November, people are planning something. I'll get you feedback in a minute about it. Kwani watu walitukata off kwa ama hawakutuambia? Walitukata off na hawakusema. Siku hizi hiyo ndo tactic. Wait a minute. So sikieni, Access Bank has KCB gets nod to sell National Bank to Nigerian lender. So we are having a Nigerian lender who is coming to Kenya, which is called Access Bank. CAK approved acquisition of National Bank of Kenya by Nigerian-based Access Bank on a condition that it retains 80% of NBK as a current workforce and all employees of its local subsidiaries. Access Bank Kenya PLC. Siku anajua hiyo kumbe National Bank kwani nikuulize NCBA ni what's going on here? I don't know what NCBA is, but I thought ilikuwa a part of National Bank, but now KCB has been given the chance to sell NCBA, to sell National Bank to Access Bank under the condition that it maintains 50%, 85% of the staff. Mambo ni mengi. But I like this even though watu wanafaa kuwa wanafanya like you maintain 80% of the workforce, you maintain, you see kama hii hapa hivi ya kuuza National Bank wasema kwamba Access Bank, which is Nigerian, will the condition that Access Bank retains at least 80% of NBK's workforce and 100% of its own staff for 1 year following the merger. Oh, ni kubaya. After hiyo wako peke yao, sikuwa nimesoma hiyo vizuri. NBK current staff is 1384. Access Bank Kenya staff is 316. Affected NBK official due to restructuring will be compensated in line with Employment Act and other labor laws. Where unaandikiwa 50,000 yako safi, unaenda nyumbani, unasema asante. Post merger, Access Bank market share in Kenya to increase from 0.2 to 1.9, classifying it from tier 3 to tier 2. Combined Kenya share market to provide a substantial operation will combined market share expected to avoid substantial competition concerns with limited overlap in services provided. And also, the NBK Bank Assurance Intermediary Limited arm was included in the acquisition. NBK's asset management unit already transferred to KCB Group, hence excluded. Hey, ano janja. Niyo asset management walikuwa wanataka. So KCB has sold National Bank of Kenya. The sale has been approved of the NBK to the one and only Access Bank in Nigeria. Nakwambia kila kitu inaenda venye mnasema, but it was also under bad hands, guys, you know. It was under bad hands, so by just seeing it here hapo hivi ikiwa inafanyiwa vitu mzuri hivyo inapata new owners, probably they're going to make it better. Its market share is moving up, of course. Interesting times to watch.
You are listening to Home Run with Pippi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Kuna tweet hapa hivi imeandika a whole county voted for a Todd speaking idiot. Okay, poleni guys, poleni. I didn't mean to. Wow. Sikuwa nimepanga hivyo. Yes, Kemi, I would like to hear from you. Speakers wengine. Si kwenye sina sauti ndo mmeamua munitese nisiongee kwa space. Thank you so much, Ochani, Luka Matoke as well, and also my guy in Sudan for that support and also talking onto the space. Mkuje muongee hapa hivi, you know. As I said, I'm still nursing my voice. I don't want to lose my vocal cords, especially just reading comments and news. Na pia mwingie pale hivi kwenye Tip Jam support show wadau. It's sijui vile naweza ambia. Ni saa 3 imefika, kila mtu kujirusha. Why do we who gave us the reason to come to this earth so we can pay rent? Oh my god. How are you doing, Kemi?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am well. I thank God I'm feeling better now.
That's good. That's good. Well, me, I had a topic, but it's something that has been trending all weekend. Nah, ili trend, I think yesterday, but your difference in time sometimes kind of messes me up. It's about CT scans na KTRH, the Kisi Training Medical Hospital. Apparently hiyo mashine ya CT imekuwa iko broken most of this year. Sijui kama uliona, so haiko inafanya kazi almost the whole year. So there's been pictures, it was in a trend uh, about people talking about it, and also they were having some issues kwa the ward ya watoto, wamama wamekaa mpaka kwa floor na watoto. It's very disgusting. Looking at how much money the county makes from the people, and then unona, like, the condition of the hospital is just I don't know. It's one of those things that are very heartbreaking. Watu kufa Kenya ovyo ovyo because of mismanagement and the lack of care for other people. Unajua, watu wako na pesa wataenda hospitali zingine, they don't go to those ones, so they don't really care if they're in good condition or not. Because even the MRI, there was one MRI, I think, between Kisii County, Nyamira, and lazima uende hadi what, Kisumu. So Homa Bay, Kisii na Nyamira, I think they had one MRI working at a private hospital. I mean, how crazy is that? Unajua, most of these diseases are brain, kama stroke, the cancers and stuff. They need those MRIs. Alafu ukienda huko unagongwa bei ingine that not everybody can afford. When one person ako na kitu kama hiyo, they take advantage. They monopolize the whole thing. So it's very heartbreaking. Very, very heartbreaking.
Kemi, asante. Jamani, mimi naenda napota hapa hivi badala ya kuwe nani naenda kuwa held elsewhere. Thank you, Kemi, for that. Swali yangu ni also another one. Niko na swali lingine, Kemi, to you. We are going into the elections next week. Ochani was speaking here, and of course, my guy Luca. They were talking about Obama. What are your thoughts on that first, before I even go any further?
Unajua, I think a lot of people think America is immune of issues like African countries and stuff like that. No, we have our own problems. In Kenya, it might be tribalism, But here it's even deeper. It's deeper rooted in hate. Unajua hate ni kitu mbaya sana. And these elections, it's just showing. If you see the rally yenye Trump alikuwa nayo, he picked a comedian that said a lot of mean things about everybody, about Jewish people, about black people, about Puerto Ricans, about, there was so many jokes that were made in quote unquote jokes. He knew what he was doing. Before these people are allowed to speak, they are vetted, because this is a big forum, and a lot of people are going to be watching it. But you pick somebody who make jokes about people, and there are jokes that hurt people. Unajua kuna jokes zingine uko na kichwa kubwa, but if you have a disability and somebody speaks on your disability, it's gonna hurt different. So election ni ya hate. There's a lot of it's gonna be very, very tough because of several things. Number one, Trump anataka kusanitize the country because they feel like immigrants and other people are taking over this country. And that is why one of the things that is put on the table is the bathing situation, where if an immigrant comes here and have a baby, they need to just get a permanent resident. They cannot be citizens like it's supposed to, like right now. Ukizaa mtoto hapa, mtoto wako ni citizen. But in the UK, it's not like that. So they want to make it like the UK. Another thing is, Uyu Kamala Harris is a child of an immigrant, two immigrant parents, Jamaican and Indian. So she's really not white American. So a lot of these white people, they feel like, oh, huyu ni mtu immigrant anakuja kutuambia, whatever. And then another thing is a woman. As much as you think the Western world is open-minded, there's a lot of male chauvinists, and especially in the South, and a lot of successful people, they have no respect for women. So with that, people are having a hard time to vote for a woman. And that's another thing that is going to bring a challenge. And also, the economy right now is a bit tough. Ni kama tu Kenya. Things are very expensive because of inflation and stuff like that. And because she was the vice president, there's a lot of people that lack the understanding of what the constitution is and what is the role of a vice president. So they just associate her with the bad economy. So they feel like, oh, umekuwa na 4 years, why you didn't do anything about it? So because of that, people feel like, no, we need Trump, because during Trump, watu walipewa hizo ma stimulus check and things like that. But they forget, hiyo stimulus check yenye ilipeanwa, it came from Congress. And there was some money that Biden gave people to relieve them from all the stress ya COVID, unajua. But watu hawasomi, people are so stupid. They don't understand the economics. They don't understand how the process of how everything gets approved. They're just going like, oh, during Trump tulipongwa 1,200, per month, but they don't remember that time there was a whole crisis. The economy was going to shut down. The country was shut down. So wanaona tu hiyo pesa, wanadhani Trump akikuja atawapatia hiyo pesa tena. You see, so they feel like, okay, we need to just allow him to be the president so he can give us money. So it's a very tricky situation, and then again, it depends what side you're on, right? When you're immigrant, when you're first coming here, you're low income, you're trying to get your way up there, your needs are different from when you stay here for a very long time and now you're a business person, or your needs and your interests are different. There's a lot of Kenyan immigrants right now that are successful. They are gonna vote for Trump because they feel like, okay, with Trump we'll get some tax cuts za za our businesses, and maybe get loans or get opportunities for us to expand our businesses. But when you're young, maybe you're new here, you're trying to make it, some of the laws and rules zenye ataweka, they kind of impede your vitu kama green card. Hataki hizi mambo za lottery green card zenye tuna apply saizi. He's not for it. He doesn't care for helping people like government assistance. So if you're a low income person, kila mtu ana vote according to, I guess, their interests. And like Kenya, people lack civic education in this country. You think because they're white, they're educated. These are the more, unajua, Kenyans know the constitution more than Americans know their constitution. At a pledge, at a national anthem, these Americans, half of them don't even know. There is certain civic education or just basic stuff that people don't know. So people just vote according to race. If you're white, you want to go Republican. If you're black, you go traditionally Democrat. If you live in the city and you're white, you might go Democrat. If you're successful black, you go Republican. So kila mtu anaenda according to the race and their, personal, for their own personal interest. But at the end of the day, this is gonna be about, it's a very it's a very tough situation, PP. I'm really nervous because I don't know if Trump is gonna accept defeat. His people are very charged. They're very, very, they're almost like obsessive people. Ile loyalty wako nayo kwake. And then you have to realize, just like in our place in Kenya, the people that vote more are the rural people because hawataki country yao ichukuliwe. So they will go in numbers. A lot of younger people and you know, other people, like younger people, city people, they don't take it so personally that, they need to vote. But wale wa uko ushago, they take it very seriously that they need to vote. So yeah,
Nasema
that's
kwamba itakuwa kura na nusu. We are waiting for it. I think I'm gassed for once. I will be waiting. And I watched that debate and I was wondering, okay, what is going on? Do you think it's going to be close? Because Western Shilao needs to give me $250. Namona hapa hivi. Next week when no, actually, Western said Kamala is going to lose to Trump. So yeah. And then my guy Ellis said, no. Trump is going to lose to, but I still don't believe it. Bado time.
uh, it's hard to tell because white people are the most wishy-washy people you've ever met, right? And the reason why I'm saying that is because during like Clinton, Hillary's time, man, we were like, Hillary ata win. Kila kitu, all the polls, everything was saying that she was going to win, right? Do you imagine the shock on everybody's face when Trump won? You understand? So right now it's hard to tell who is going to win and who's not because of so many factors, and things are changing every day. And especially since Trump made all these comments about Puerto Ricans. So Florida mostly ni Latinos wanaishi huko. So we don't know if that is going to change, but because of his comments zinaweza fanya zitafanya most of the Latinas who usually in Florida they vote Republican, some of them maybe wata change their mind and go Democrat. Georgia is possibly going Democrat. Texas, not Democrat. The city, the city of Austin, maybe the city of Houston, what vote blue, but the Texas as a general, itakuwa mostly Republican. Kwa sababu huko ndio kuna hao ma rednecks, the white people, the traditional white people. They're not original white people, but I'm saying the whites. Mostly ndio wako wata vote. They don't live in the city, wanaishi in the country, but they vote in large numbers. So it's gonna be one of those things. Zenye it will be very need to watch. But I'm telling you, Trump lose, we're in trouble. We're in trouble because his people are not gonna take it down laying down. I mean, it's gonna be something.
Pipi, unajua
Popiok,
pipi ni aje? Wewe hata hujajua jina yangu mwanga atakuja hapa kila siku.
Simi nasomanga tu yenye iko kwa handle ama ni
Pop,
ya M-Pesa sijaona.
pop tu imeishi hapo sawa.
Popiok ni dwe. Sawa,
Tena
Pop ni aje?
sema unaendeleaje?
Mi niko najikaza tu hapa.
hii Amerika unajua si tumeishi miaka mingi. Hii kura state tatu ndio zinaenda kuamua hii kura, and it's always the same: Pennsylvania, Michigan na Arizona. Hizi zingine ni time wasting. Amerika ni kubwa, ni kama Afrika mzima, kila mtu anajua mbali anaenda kuvote. Hizo tatu ndo wanaweza votia mtu wowote, hizo tatu peke yake, hao ndo anaenda kuamua nani atakuwa president. Arizona, Michigan na Pennsylvania, hizo tatu peke yake. Hizo zingine watu wanaishi kwa maji, wako na akili, tuseme wako na akili poa, tuseme the best university kwa hii dunia ziko kwa maji huko Amerika, California na New York. Ama niambie kila kitu, ile trends, kama ni shule, they have the best of the best. New York na California, huko hata Trump hawezi campaign, atashindwa tu, anajua atashindwa, yeye anaenda kudanganya tu ushago. Southern America ni watu ushago, sasa wanaishi south, au unaweza waambia kitu yote watakubali tu. Hiyo ndio complications. Sasa slavery huko ndio slavery ilikuwa. Sasa hao bado wanaamini tu hizo mavitu za kitambo, hizo waje kutoa hizi mavitu ni kama mtaani story za nini, colonization. It will take a long time. Sasa hao bado wanaona watu weusi bado wanafaa kuwa maslaves, wanafaa kuwa nini. Hizo ndio vitu zinaendelea sasa. Ukipanda juu sasa, watu wa juu ndio walirescue maslaves wa chini. So hiyo ni south na north. Maslaves walikuwa na hepa, wanaenda north. Mi nawapatia history kidogo ya Amerika. Watu wa north ni wana mambo mengi, watu wamesoma, unaweza kaa naye chini mpige story. Lakini watu wa south wachache tu utapata, labda wachache ndo wamesoma, but majority, wengi wao ni watu tu. Ukikuja vile Zaka alidanganya watu, unaweza enda waambie kitu yote, alafu as long as convince, wataki facts, bora umwambia tu upuzi zako, wataingia box, alafu watakupigia kura. Sasa hizo ndio vitu msee, sitaki kusoma jina yake, hizo ndio vitu msana bank on it. Mi nilisha south, hata nilishi south for a couple of years. Hata job yangu vile nilimaliza chuo nipata job south. Tu unaweza ambia mpaka hata huko na kuuliza, unaona mtu kama mimi sijai change accent yangu, hata mtu hawezi jua mali ati naishi huko. Alafu mi niko in the medical field, sitakwambia nafanya nini. Mi natibu watu, lakini sitakwambia ile kitu nafanya. But okay, Kenya tu kuna upuzi mengi, but kuna watu wengi, the best of the best. Hata madoki wa Kenya na wa Nigeria, lakini wanasema wataki kurudi Afrika ni upuzi, like wataki kurudi na hizo mapuzi za Afrika. So acha tubaki tu hapa, wanasema sawa, Afrika tutaenda tuanze tu, tutasumbuana tu. Wacha tubaki tu hapa, tutalipwa domo, tutakuja tuwatembelee, alafu turudi home. Lakini ati tuende kuishi huko, no, hell no. Sasa hizo ndio vitu zinaendelea. Sasa hii itakuwa comedy, itakuwa kama hii ya Zakayo na Raila. So ina depend, watu wakivote na emotions. Kuna watu obviously, watu wanini watampigia kura, watu washago watampigia kura, but then watu wamesoma, obviously unaangalia policies, vitu za huko angalia policy. Wanauliza msaa alishinda mara moja na mkamchuja, mbona alichujwa? That is the number one question. Mbona walitolewa after shinde moja? Uchumi ilianguka kabisa. Alikuwa anaangalia tu vile kama Zakayo anaangalia vile tamekdo yake. Sasa watu wanajiuliza, kwani unafikiri amechange? Hakuna kitu yote amechange. Yeye anataka kuingia hapo amekdo yake, lakini sama zile vitu zinaleta shida ni kama mtaani au maambasada wa mtaani, sijui wapi, wanafanya madharau tu. Sasa umadha, okay, probably anaweza kuwa mtu mpoa, lakini atachange, atatoa watu. That is the biggest issue. Hata mimi nilikuwa najiuliza kama niende kupiga kura, juu madha mimi nataka atoe watu, lakini atawatoa. That is the biggest issue, kwa sababu si atakuja kama democracy na watu walikuwa na mademocracy. Sasa anaweza sema tu wacha endeleshe system endelee vile iko, lakini sisi tunataka system change. Anasema ata change, lakini ata change. Tunajua watu wa siasa, hiyo ndio issue. Watu wanasema afadhali hata tupige Trump. Sisi Trump tunajua ata change, atatoa watu wote. Mtaani mnajali vitu za Amerika ama mnajali watu watolewe wote? Si mnataka watolewe wote. Huyu msee ata support, ata Zakayo, atafagia kila kitu. Sio ndio issue? Afadhali Zakayo ama afadhali mother? Okay, alafu tena number 2, the biggest issue ni watu huku hawapendi mother akwe praise. Hiyo ni number 1. Nakumbuka Clinton, ule bibi ya Clinton alikuwa very qualified, lakini Waamerika wapendi mother akwe praise, mwanamke akwe president. Saizi huyu mtu labda amepita mboga extremely, lakini ni mother, alafu tena ni mweusi. Ati mother mweusi akwe president wenyu? Hiyo ndio issue sasa. So watu wengi watasema ati watapiga, watanyamaza tu mpaka watasema hawapigi kura, lakini wataenda watapiga Trump, kwa sababu wataki mother mweusi akwe president. Watanyamaza tu. Unauliza unapiga nani kura? Si mimi hata sitapiga kura, lakini watapiga Trump. Hivyo ndio Trump alishinda the first one, alafu ndio watu wakawa na msema ni mkora na alishinda mmoja. So ni complicated. Kama umeweka pesa yako sijui wapi, sijui hapo, mimi siwezi weka pesa kwa sababu watu wa katikati ndio watampigia kura, na watakwambia watapiga nani kura, lakini wataki mada kwanza, mada meusi. Hell no.
Okay, Pop.
Amerika wapendi wa mada wa president, alafu tena ni mweusi. Unajua mtu mweusi wewe unajua mende, ukiona mende kwa nyumba yako unafanya nini?
Unakanyaga.
Jela sema basi ndio. Hata si tumeishi huku masetu, lakini tunajua si ni nani kama si ni mende. Kila mtu atakukanyaga. So number 1, lazima accept hisi ukuzaliwa hapa, so ni mende. Kila mtu atakukanyaga, so you have to be the best of the best. So tumeenda mashule kubwa na tukakuwa the best of the best kwa hizo mashule, lakini bado mtu anataka kukanyaga. So lazima accept, useme okay, mimi ni mtu mweusi, mimi ni Mwafrika, so lazima nitadeal tu, nitaishi. So you have to prove yourself. Unaenda unatibua watu perfect, mpaka wanashtuka na kuuliza where did you come from, mpaka when are you going back home? We unaweza daktari ati atarudi kwao siku gani na amekutibu? Si anataka tu utoke hapo, lakini tumezoea, we live like that, tumeshazoea. Nawambia naenda home next year, niyo story naishi hapo, but hiyo ndio unafaa unaishi kama mende, kwa sababu watu wanataka kukonyagia tu every time, wakikuona wakukanyage, but you prove yourself, you have to prove yourself. So wacha niache hapo Pipi.
Asante sana Pope for that. Weston, how are you doing? Jambo.
Jambo Pipita, how are you doing?
I am better now. I'm better. So nasikia sauti leo inasikika.
Yeah, much better. That's great. Well, Pipita, to pick from where your previous speakers left off, there's no doubt that Hillary was a much more formidable opponent to Trump than Kamala Harris. Much more formidable. She was First Lady of Arkansas, First Lady of the US, one of the most popular presidents the Americans have ever had, Bill Clinton. So she understood power and how the government works. Then white, then in her own, person, qualified. So she wasn't like tagging along Bill. She was, when you read Bill Clinton's memoirs, Bill Clinton credits her when it comes to his political success. But still, she couldn't beat Trump, because Trump is what you call a Teflon politician. The things he does and says, any other politician trying those things, those would be career-ending stuff. But for him, they propel him forward. Those things about, that comedian, you try that, for another politician, you are sunk. But for him, that's what wins him support and galvanizes his base. So Trump's support base is like a religion. Democrats, it's like they need persuasion. You have to appeal to their logic. Republicans are like a religion. They will turn out and they have to defend their turf. They have to defend their man. Secondly, Trump is strong on the economy, and the US elections revolve around the economy. So across the board, very few people doubt that he has what it takes to turn around the economy, such that in 2020, if COVID had not happened, Trump would have easily gotten a second term. He was defeated not by Joe Biden, he was defeated by COVID. That's what messed up his re-election chances. Now he's back, much more formidable than before. Kamala, a woman of color, immigrants in terms of descent. Yeah, those things work against her. They do. When you hear Trump talk about make America great again, well, what people don't understand is that he's saying America should not find a person of color in the Oval Office again. Barack is like Barack, rendered the Oval Office sacrilegious. It shouldn't have happened. It made the US lose its stature internationally. So make America great again. Make sure that, it remains white. And the person who occupies the White House, the Oval Office, is not just white, but male, alpha male, that Trump is. So it's galvanizing chauvinists, racists, and bigots, and misogynists rallying behind him. And they will turn out to a man to ensure that Trump roams home. For those who care to follow the the what? The where we are currently as far as opinion polling is concerned. Nationally, Kamala is likely to beat Trump, just like uh, Hillary did. That's the popular vote. Popular vote. But when it comes to the electoral college, that's the decider. As of now, Trump leads in all the swing states. 7 swing states. He's ahead. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, and Wisconsin or something. He's ahead. It's small margins, but they matter. Such that if things stand as they are, Trump is likely to win by 312 electoral college votes, but he only needs 270. So he will way surpass what he needs to be declared victorious. And yeah, you have to, something very drastic must happen between now and next week to change that. And therefore, in the absence of that, the world should start psychologically preparing for the second coming of Donald Trump. Where does that leave Africa and the rest of the world? Because that's American politics. Well, for the rest of the world, I think Trump is something of a pacifist. In as much as his speeches and the things he says can be extremely enraging, the irony that on the global stage, he's a pacifist in the sense that he does not believe in the American expansionist ideology that you can tinker in other people's internal affairs. You can go to the Middle East and interfere with people's countries and sovereignty. You can go to Africa and engineer regime change. No, he doesn't believe in that. He believes in America, taking care of its own problems. Leave the other countries to sort out their problems. So that if Trump had been reelected, I hazard to say we would not have seen the Russia-Ukraine conflict, for instance. That is highly unlikely that it would have happened. We don't know what would have happened in the Gaza, but chances are the carnage that's happening in the Gaza Strip wouldn't have happened for the simple reason that he doesn't believe in deploying the American military might to make a statement. He is more concerned about the economy, the well-being of the American people. NATO, he used to question what was the relevance of NATO, for instance. Why should Americans pump so much money in an entity like that, fighting who? He reached out to the North Korean, supreme leader. Well, the meeting didn't amount to much, but from a symbolic perspective, the statement he was making, there's no need for this polarity between the US and North Korea. It's not helping anybody. Africa, well, he will leave Africa to do their own thing. You can wait and wait and wait until grass starts growing under your feet. It's not going to invite African leaders to DC for a photo op. He has no time for that. He's not going to come to Africa. He has no time for that. And he has described Africa scatologically, shithole and stuff like that. He holds that view. So we have to do our own thing from Addis, or we join other forces in the global south to see what to do as far as turning around our economies and the lives of our people are concerned. He's not going to play the big brother role. He's not going to do that. He has no time for that. Find out what are people doing in Addis. What are people doing? I don't know where. That's your own problems. Focus on that. So I don't think interference is what we need. So it's not going to interfere in Africans' affairs. And therefore, we have to figure out what do we do. But rest assured, Africans will ask, what does Trump have vis-a-vis Africa? What is his agenda? We're going to ask those questions. So, Pepita, it's not like I celebrate Trump's, ideology. I don't. What I celebrate is that he's honest about his ideology. He's honest about his politics. when he makes promises on the stamp, he's actually going to fulfill those promises. It's not like these politicians we have who promise you something else. Once they get elected, they do other things. No, Trump is not that kind of a person. If he says, I'm going to construct a wall here, he's going to construct a wall there. If he says, this is what I'm going to do, this immigrant, that's what he's going to do. He's not going to lie to you. But the difference between Trump and others is that he doesn't have the diplomacy, but the thinking as far as America's foreign policy, it's not any different. It's about American interests. It's never about the interests of Africa, interests of Asia, or China. Trump is different because he voices those things. He doesn't have the diplomatic language. But if you look at the US as the state, yeah, it's about manifest destiny. It's about American exceptionalism. That's the ideology. Whether it's Trump, Barack, Bill Clinton, George Bush, that was the ideology. But with them, they know the things to say when the mics are running and the things not to say. Trump does not have that, diplomatic nicety. He says it, whether the cameras are rolling or not, just going to say it. That is what distinguishes him. But it's not that he's more racist than, those who came before him. He's not. It's not like he's more misogynistic. No, he's not. Just that he wears his politics openly. He expresses it openly. If he dislikes something, he says it. If he likes something, he says it. But we're used to politicians, lying through diplomacy and telling us things that we wish to hear. When we actually, no, they don't mean what they are saying. They are hiding their true feelings, what they truly think about us or about people, or their true policies. They're hiding those things in some very nice language. So Trump does not have room for that. And I think you can do business with him if you're a person, because he's somebody who believes in business. You can do business with somebody like that because you don't have to second guess him. You know where he stands on so many issues. You would not deal with him, but I don't know where he stands on this and that. No, he doesn't leave you to second guess. So Pipita, as I learned, I still hold that he's the candidate to beat in this election. He has got the momentum. He's ahead, and he's likely to make a comeback. As to whether his second term will be radically, markedly different from the first, well, it's a matter of wait and see. Because Kamala Harris was like some kind of happenstance candidate. She didn't even know that she would run for president. Joe Biden insisted on running until the Democrats realized, no, this guy can't run. We're going to be whitewashed. And they succeeded in convincing him to step out. And then Kamala is there. She's struggling because she wasn't expecting it. Thanks, Pipita.
Pipi ni aje?
Pop, yes.
Mi nimeishi Amerika hata kushinda Kenya, lakini mi nilizaliwa mtaani. Mi ni mtu wa mtaa kabisa. Unasikia Pipi? Mi ni mtu
Najua nimetuambia more than one time.
sasa. Okay, huyo amesema ukweli. Zingine obviously, probably, most likely. Obama nilimpiga mpaka niliregister watu. Kura za huku, hata ukisha register mtu unampeleka apige kura, mpaka nawabeba na gari yangu, unapanga line nao apige, umemake sure amepiga kura, unarudi unachukua wengine. Obama niliregister, I don't know, maybe 20 people. Mtu mmoja akaregister 20. Unajua ni watu wengi sana. Okay, then sijui kama sioni kama kitu hata moja Obama alinisaidia nayo. Hiyo ndio kitu, unaona, hizo ndio maisha za saizi. Watu wanasema tulieka Obama na hakutusaidia sisi watu weusi kabisa. Watu weusi, tuseme watu weusi wa hapa, hiyo ndio number 1. Tukishamaliza hiyo, Obama alisaidia Kenya na kitu. Wewe niambie Pipi, Obama kuna kitu alisaidia Kenya na Pipi? Niambie.
Hapana, nyasi za mtu tu peke yake, nyasi za Kidera.
ati Sasa hiyo ndio kwa maana watu wataki kupigia huyo mada kura, so ni complicated. Lakini sasa unaona, mi nafikiri so umepewa sumu mbili kama Kenya, umepewa Ruto na umepewa Raila, lakini unajua huyu anaua watu, ni mwizi na kila kitu, so pick a poison, si ndio? Ama ni unajua, saa zingine watu wataki kusikia hii kitu musema. We pipi, umepewa sumu mbili, nobody is perfect, si ndio?
Yeah.
Pipi unanisikia? Watu wote hawako perfect, si ndio?
Yeah.
Lakini unajua histori zao, si ndio? Unajua histori zao zote. Sasa okay, hata mi nasema mtaani si okay, sizakawa kila mtu analia watu na maandamano, si ndio? Pipi, nikwambie tu ukweli, watu wamejaa hapa, nikwambie ukweli, wataka kusikia?
Point, make your point, Baba. I can't be able to interact for niko na sore throat, Baba.
So watu walikuwa najua mtu ni wazimu, ameua watu, ameiba mashamba, mpaka yuko na hoteli hataki kudiscuss sijui wapi, yuko na kesi ya SSC, si ati imeisha, bado iko, alafu mkampigia kura. Siwe sasa wazimu ni nani? Alafu after 2 years, 1 year probably, maybe okay, wacha nieke hata 2, ati mnashtuka ati mbona anatusumbua? Kwani hamkuwa mnamjua? Si mlikuwa mnamjua? Ama nyinyi mnafikiriaje? Hapo ndio Mwanga naambia watu, mlikuwa mnamjua. Alikuwa mwizi, alikuwa anaua watu, alikuwa na kidnap watu kabla kwa president. Sasa yeye ni president, unafikiri vitu zita change? Like really? Kwani nyinyi mlikuwa wazimu? Pipi, wacha niache tu hapa. Watu walijua huo alikuwa wazimu before mumchague. Mlikuwa mnajua unless mko mnajua ni wazimu, but mtu yuko na akili mzuri alikuwa anajua huyu mtu ni wazimu. Everybody knew he was a crazy person. Ameua watu, amekidnap before akwe president. Sasa ni president, mnafikiri atawacheza vitu? Si atafanya excess, alafu mnashtuka. Pipi,
Muna ni nani? Hebu acha tusikie Mugala. Wewe Muna ni Bob. Mugala, how are you?
mimi nasema
Your
tu
submission.
kweli, acha nimalizie hapo.
Jambo Mugala, acha Bob hapo. Unajaribu kutusomea na nyinyi mmevutia Trump. Hebu toka hapa bana. Mugala.
Yo, Pipita, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Talk to us.
Yes. Pop, okay, maybe just 1 minute I make a submission and then utaendelea, but I'm always grateful for Western Shilao in the space because he brings out quite a number of points and quite a number of realities with his submissions. So thank you so much, Western Shilao. Alafu kwa hii issue ya Kamala na Donald Trump, so maybe say at the moment siko very conversant about the conversation, but there's something going on between hii stuff ya US na Biden, and ukiangalia hii war ya there's a war in Ukraine, alafu kuna something around Israel, Hamas, there's also something around Israel, I think, and Lebanon or something like that. So in this election, my position, my personal position ni it's better for Trump achukue hii seat because he will save the African, let's say the African democracies from a lot of what I call mischief, because unaona kama vitu zenye Ruto anatufanyia, anajua kona backing ya Pentagon, akona backing ya White House, na Biden ni kama ni friend yake. So a lot of what I say is behaving democracies in Africa, they hide behind the ukiangalia hizo stuff za neocolonialism of which US imeportray a lot of it. So most people wenye wako US wamepewa just venye tu Pop alisema, you have like two poisons. Unachagua hiyo poison yenye eri ukufe na ule mtu mwenye anakuambia ukweli, or someone who speaks the truth or to what he says. So this morning kuna an article written by Ken Opalo ilitoka today morning, na is someone I consider my senior and maybe more advanced in the matters of geopolitics. So the US African relations, we are likely to see a shift enye Trump anasema let's not get too much into the domestic affairs of a sovereign nation, wacha wasolve stuff zao, alafu sisi tutakuja tu maybe kusupport ama if there's a deal somewhere. Alafu unajua the strong economic ties between US Africa. Kuna two initiative na agencies, let me just mention a few. Kuna AGOA, DFC, MCC, Power Africa, USDF, DTA, USTDA, Prosper Africa na USAID yenye it's really visible in Kenya. So with those partnerships kuna a lot of shifts in case Trump achukue hii kitu, because one, Trump anaona Africa is not that strategic ama that importance in the perspective of Washington. Juu ukiangalia vitu kama US is a capitalist country, so maybe it really won't pay to lobby and invest, na unajua wanaangalia opportunities kama wanaangalia opportunities kama hizi za visa applications, maybe around their businesses, around their investments, or maybe around the relations zenye zinaleta policy. Alafu the second thing yenye itakuwa affected, let's say maybe after Trump amechukua between US and Africa relations, in the past ukiangalia policies za Obama, ukiangalia policies za Biden, he tried to work around Africa issues za democracy. That's why kitu ikifanyika Kenya unasikia the US ambassador ndo wa kwanza kusema, kama hii ya juzi most recent ati people are being spied on their phones. Kidogo unaona US ishatoa a statement about it on Kenya. About the Gen Z killing, kidogo unaona US washatoa a statement. And one thing that is conspicuous among the statement, hakuna statement yenye shaitoka, there's a lot of money being lost in Africa and whatever. Na hiyo ndo what I said earlier, the mischievous democracy yenye imekuwa ikihide behind the politicians wenye they want to hide. Unajua Trump haizi feature, he just says it as it is, as much as maybe itauma mtu, as much as haitauma mtu, but lakini sasa let's see. But personally I'm up for Trump. Let me just hear more about what other speakers have to say, but thank you for the time, Peter.
Pipi niingia haraka nataka kwenda kulala kwa job usiku. Na story ya okay, kama US na kama Ukraine, kama story ya Ukraine na Russia. Wewe unajua Russia Pipi?
Hapana, niambie.
So wako mpaka na manuclear.
Yeah, bana, tuambie point Popi. Unajua Pop manzejo. Come on.
We Pipi, mi leo nimekuja kuwafundisha history, kwani hamsomangi history? Anyway, history
Unaona sasa, hiyo ndo mambo tunajaribingi kuambia watu aje, wacheni kuona watu wajinga kwa sababu hawako na wewe hapo bwana. Hiyo ndo
Okay,
hiyo ndo
history pia
mnafanya
inadepend,
tuwaseme tutupeleke civic education ushago. What do you mean? Come on.
lakini
Haya.
inadepend ule mtu amekufundisha hiyo history.
Bana, tuheshimu bana,
No,
tuheshimiane.
saa
Just make your point. How can you ask someone who has gone to campus kama anajua Russia, kama si kutubeba akili wewe?
anasema
Hebu
history.
tuheshimiane Pop bana, honestly.
Nimesema history pipi, wewe wacha zako. Sajua ni beshto yangu, lakini sasa Russia ni kubwa, si before ilikuwa USSR, si ndio? Kubwa kama US. Watu wanganafikiria ati US ni country. US ni kama Afrika mzima. Hiyo unajua, tuanzie tu hapo. US it's a continent, si country. It's a continent. Haya, hapo ndio tunaanzia hapo. Russia ilikuwa continent before hizo USSR. Sasa Ukraine wakatoka, wakapewa, kwa sababu saa zingine hata nyi mnaogopa sijui nani atawashika, watu wa mtaani, watu wa DCI watawashika. Mi nitawambia tu kweli, saa zingine labda FBI mi labda atakuja, lakini US wakasaidia Ukraine wakatoka USSR. Haya, wakasonga tu hapo kando. Ni kama tuseme Kisumu imesema hiyo ni kanti tofauti, hamtatusumbua. So that's what happened. Si sasa watu wakasema sawa, ikaisha tu hivyo, hiyo story ikaisha hapo. Baadaye Seracha ikasema mnaenda wapi? Hii kanti iko ndani yetu, lazima mtarudi kwa Russia. Hapo ndio vita ikaanza. We niambie pipi, Kenya mtafight na Russia? Country mtafight na Russia? Russia alafu wanasema ati states itawasaidia kufight. Hiyo fight hakuna mali inaenda, lazima Russia itashinda, kwa sababu si wako hapo kando. Russia itawachapa kila kitu. Hapo ndio watu wamefika saizi, yani watu wanasema si mwache tu hawa watu, lazima wapende wasipende, lazima warudi ndani ya Russia. Huko ndio imefanyika. Haya, so hizo ndio vitu zinaendelea. Alafu Russia naona vitu, Russia wana mambo mengi. Huyo msee yani yonga anacheza chess, achezi ingine ituaje, acheze draft, anaangalia tu. Saa zingine watu wanacheza draft. Saa naona hata US ikifight sijui na hata vitu zinaendelea nini huko kwa Waarabu, amenyamaza tu, anasema msinisumbue, mnafanya the worst of the worst. Ushasikia sijui Russia imebomoa, kwa sababu mi nafanya hospitali. Ushasikia Russia imebomoa hospitali? Rarely, mi sijui, but mi sijaisikia. Lakini nini, Israel inabomoa hospitali kila siku, anabomoa nyumba kila siku. They do not care, kwa sababu watu wala huku wala watu wako na do extremely. Hii mali mi naishi tuseme Amerika, no Israeli, hao ndo wana support gava. So hakuna kitu unaweza waambia, they'll do whatever they want. Hiyo ndio watu wajue, they'll do whatever they want. Mpaka Waisraeli wao wanasema tu hii saa tumepita kiasi, yani mmevuka kamba, like you cannot do that. Like kama we ni binadamu, if you are human, you cannot do that, but they keep doing it. Hapo ndio sasa watu wamefika saizi. Genocide zimepita hapo, watu wanasema no, hapana, hapa mmeharibu. Sasa ndio watu wako hapo saizi, unasikia pipi? Hapo ndio tuko sasa, watu wanasema no. Ndio unaona kuna ma demonstrations kwa mashule, ma college, the best of the best universities. Watu wanasema no, hatuwezi ishi hapa, hatuwezi kwa pesa yangu ile nalipa shule university ndio inaenda kwa kuua watu, kutupa mabomu. No, we cannot live like that. Hapo ndio tuko sasa. Wewe pipi, niambie sasa.
Yeah, tumekuwa tukifuatilia hiyo issue yote. You know, Western Shilao is also a geopolitics expert. Earlier on, Mugala had raised a couple of issues, Western. I don't know if you wanted to respond to one or two from Mugala.
Kaza mi hata sirezi, nasema tu ni basics. Kama
Yeah,
uko na
yeah, yeah.
akili
Yako
nzuri.
ilikuwa ni point of information. That's why I'm going to Western because Mugala alikuwa ameongelea kuhusu mambo ya geopolitics and all that. So I wanted to see if Western had
Yeah,
caught it
bora
before
tu
you jumped
pipi.
in. Just a
Mtu
minute,
anabomba.
Western. Pop. I'm trying to establish a Western. Can you hear me first of all? Just confirm
Yes,
you
I
can
can
hear
hear
me.
you, Pipita. I can
Oh,
hear you.
all right. So I don't know if you heard all that Mugala had said earlier on before Pop jumped in, but I don't know what you have to say on that.
I'm going to say 10
Well,
seconds. Like you cannot even bomb a hospital
Bye,
if you have a good, if
Baba.
you have a
Bye.
good mind.
Bye. Talk to us, sister.
thank you, Pipita. Well, the as I said earlier, Donald Trump, what I admire him for is that he doesn't believe in the US military industrial complex. And that's what is at the core of most of the violence you see around the world. You know, that you can solve problems militarily because you've got, the world's foremost military force. And therefore, you have to impose your will on others who do not toe the line. He doesn't believe in that. He thinks that's waste of money. That money could be put to proper use back in the US. And I agree with him. So, in fact, America First ideology, if you win it off the undercurrents of racism, it's an ideology you expect your leader to have. Just prioritize your people. Whatever you do, your country comes first. Why would you have a problem with a president whose defining thought is that my country, my people come first? You would not have a problem with that. And therefore, I think the world is likely to be calmer, geopolitically speaking. We're likely to be calmer under Trump for the simple reason that, as I said, he's not this patronizing leader who wants to go to the Middle East, to go to Africa, to go to Asia and resolve their problems. As Mugala said, he would rather, if you think he can offer some help, he will be willing to do it. But he's not going to project himself as the know-it-all. He's the one who first initiated the pullout from Afghanistan. Joe Biden only completed it, but it's Trump who said, "What are these, troops doing in Afghanistan? They've been there for 20 years. Nothing is changing. I mean, get those people out of that country." In Iraq, the Middle East, I mean, what are they doing? They have turned into an occupying force. What is it? They are not pacifying that place. That place is not getting any more stable than it is. Let the Iraqis do their thing. And of course, it is Americans who destabilized Iraq under George Bush. This manifest destiny ideology that you can sell, democracy, you can sell human rights, you can sell the rule of law, and those kind of things to other people in complete disregard of their histories and their cultures and their uniqueness. Trump does not believe in that. AGOA, this deal, pact between Africa and the US, whereby it depends. If you're in good books also, it's not just a free-for-all thing. They gauge you on the basis of human rights, on the basis of the rule of law, on the basis of constitutionalism and inclusive politics. You can supply goods to the US tariff-free. So it's meant to kind of recast the relationship between Africa and the US, to move it away from aid, where the US extends aid to Africa, waiting with this begging bowl. No, let's do business. Let's do trade. Let's relate on the basis of trade. What can you sell to us? That's why you in Nairobi, in Lesotho, in Mauritius, apparel, those economic zones, processing zones in Kenya. What is the name of this guy? Moses Kuria was talking about, those ventures he's opening all over the place to produce goods. Some of those goods could be exported to the US tariff-free. And it's taken that there you make money. And with that money, you can run around the economies of your people. Well, Trump is likely to continue with that kind of pact, in as much as the current pact is ending, I think, in 2025 or thereabout. And African countries have been asking the US to renew that contract. But it has been a wait and see, waiting until the elections are concluded. Kamala Harris has said she will renew the pact. Trump seems to be equivocal, but I have no doubt he's going to renew that. Why? Because if you're talking about transnational crimes, and one of them is terrorism, those kind of things, terrorism emanates from failed states. So it's the best interest of America that, far-flung countries, and especially in Africa, they're stable economically. People have got a livelihood, because if they don't, and those countries fail, the violence that ensues is likely to find its way onto your shores. So they're not going to stop that. AGOA will continue. What else? We have come up with our own African continental free trade area to demonstrate that we don't just have to wait for external actors to help us. We're also doing something on our own, which is meant to increase intra-Africa trade amongst African countries. Of all the countries in the world, we don't trade amongst ourselves. And that's problematic, because it's not the trade that Africa has with China that will turn around Africa. It's not the trade that Africa has with the US or the European Union that will turn around Africa, because they have been in the game for much longer when it comes to the West. They set the standards, whether it's the World Trade Organization, they set the rules. So you are operating within their rubric, and therefore there's no way you can best them. You'll always be left with the wrong end of the stick. Where the Chinese are coming up, but they're also, projecting themselves as, a potential superpower. And the superpower usually doesn't have friends. So it's not even in the best interest of China to deal with Africa in a manner that will benefit Africa. It's always in the manner that will benefit China, just the same way the West relate to Africa. So where does that leave Africa? It leaves Africa that you do your own thing, and one of which is intra-Africa trade. So these external actors can only help, but they cannot, re-engineer our economies and turn around our societies. Foreign policy, which the rest of the world cares so much when it comes to American elections, while in actual sense in America, people couldn't care less about foreign policy. Americans are amongst people who do not have passports because they don't have to travel. So you don't need a passport. If you have to go, as the speaker was saying, if you want to tour someplace, you can go to another state. It's a big continent. you tour that place, you go back to your state. So Americans don't have passports. They don't understand the world. They don't care less. What they know about the world is through CNN and those kind of things, and those are filtered, news outlets. So foreign policy, then we care about it because of instability, because of terrorism. Geopolitically, Africa has not really mattered on the American agenda. It wasn't a big thing under Barack. It wasn't a big thing under Bill Clinton. It wasn't a big thing before. But it's a big thing because Africa is home to poor countries. It's home to poverty. So America cares. And you can see it's not because of the poverty in Africa, it's because also of their self-interest, as I said earlier. So they give aid through USAID, they give aid militarily. Those people have been coming to Nairobi. CIA director was in town the other day. Secretary of Defense always comes to Nairobi. The Horn of Africa, as far as security is concerned, that's in America's interest. You stabilize Somalia, you stabilize the Horn of Africa, you stabilize the Great Lakes region, not because of the people of Congo, not because of the Somalis, not because of the Kenyans, not because of the Ethiopians, because of the Americans. We want stability in the Horn of Africa, we want stability in the Sahel region. Those sides of Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali. Because if they don't watch out what's going on there, that kind of uh, fundamentalism will find itself onto the shores of the US. So again, from a self-serving perspective, it's never for the people in the Sahel, it's never for the people in the Great Lakes region, it's never for the people in the Horn of Africa. So how I wish our politicians appreciated that when they're getting military aid from the US, it's not because America cares about your military. It doesn't care about your security. It's about their security. And therefore, they'll dispatch Kenya, tell them, go to Somalia, go and stabilize Somalia. And we're going to pick the tab. We will pay your soldiers. Don't worry. We'll help you with the reconnaissance. Logistically, we will help you. You don't have the requisite sophistication, we'll help you. Go to Congo. See whether you can stabilize Congo. We will help you. You can pick the tab. If you don't have the requisite equipment, we'll help you with the intelligence and stuff like that. So again, the CIA director in Nairobi, US Secretary of Defense in Nairobi, and those kind of people, it's not because they care about the security of the people of Kenya. It's always about the security of the Americans. So those kind of things will not change. If you're a superpower, those things will continue. But it's only that Trump will not make those things foremost in his agenda because the American state is so big and it works. Things are just working. The president does not have to pronounce himself on so many things. So those things will continue. There are military bases all over the world, in Djibouti, and they'll continue working, whether Trump wins or not. But it's not the kind of things he's going to prioritize going forward. With him, it's the American people turning around the economy, in as much as he also lets the American state, discharge its responsibility. If you are the superpower, that comes with responsibility. You care about what's happening in Lesotho. You care about what's happening in Rwanda. You care about what's happening in Mauritania, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, because you are the foremost state, largest economy, with the most sophisticated military firepower. You will care. So it goes to that extent. But that there'll be this very big shift. Oh, no, it won't. It won't be there. Mugala, unless there's a question I didn't address.
You're clear. Maybe if I could just jump in with one more point. There is one thing happening in the US where the economy just came from a recession, the COVID recession, and there's very high inflation rates, and there is also a lot of unemployment coming in. And with the high, what is it called? The high immigration of people. So one of the policies that Trump banked on the last time he did the US Mexico wall, and this time he's saying he's going to deport I didn't get it clearly, but he said something about deporting the illegal immigrants and then being hard on immigration, so that they really base on the locals, that is the local US people. So that will give him maybe some more points going forward. And then historically looking, you'll see nations like the Cuban, the Guatemala, the Nicaragua, Argentina, Chile, Dominican Republic, and then what happened between Kenya US relations in regard to Haiti. So one thing that's not coming out clearly is that the Haiti mission is currently failing, and Port-au-Prince, part of it currently as we are speaking. I followed up with I think it was CNN. The Port-au-Prince is back in war, and then what the Kenyan soldiers are doing is guarding the US embassy. That is most of them, but they're really not going out doing a lot of peacekeeping missions. So I think there's a time Trump, he did a silent jab on what Ruto and Joe Biden did in regard to that. So let's see what happens, but hopefully it should further our nation in regards to Kenya-US relations. Thank you, Peter. Maybe let's go to the next speaker.
Luca,
Hello.
I saw you came in when we were talking. Are you there?
Yes, I'm back. Yeah, so
Tumempoteza Luka. Refresh.
hello.
Let me bring in Luca again. Ladies and gentlemen, you're tuned into Home Running People. Let me just do this.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
You're listening to Home Running People. It's 34 minutes past the top of the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time here, remember we come in each and every weekday. Na naona hii wiki imekuwa ngumu hapa hivi, naona namba zetu zimekuwa ziko chini, but I'm glad that you guys have not given up on me. Especially the first 2 days, yesterday and Monday, I could barely speak. I was barely alive. But thank you so much, Kina Muhija, and all those speakers that came through, Kina Access Mo, Kina Western Shilao, hapa hivi, for holding it down, so that we could not just close our spaces, but this is all ours. Yeah. Thank you so much for holding down. Of course, show yetu inasupportiwa na nyinyi, the listeners. If you like what I'm doing, there is always that tip ja line pale hivi, na ni poa kuambia kwamba ni vizuri kwamba mjue hizi ndo zile nyakati za landlord hapa hivi studioni. So if you like what I do and you like to keep our lights on, namba ni ile pale hivi 0721948229. Hivyo ndo sisi tuna raise our revenue hapa hivi kwenye show, because we have not been blessed to have somebody to come out and sponsor us, but ipo siku. Kwa sasa, you the listeners, help us keep the lights on by, if you like what we are doing, of course unaweka kitu pale hivi ndani ya tip jar yetu, alafu sisi tunaendelea tu na kazi. Mimi nakuja hapa kila siku, hata siku zingine ninakuja kama niko karibu nachungulia Sayuni, but near Sayun in mathematics, near Sayun is not Sayun. Near Sayun is not Sayun. I don't know why Luka Matoke is unable to join. Western Shilao, just show me by an emoji that you can hear me first. Naweza kuwa nimekuwa nikijiongelesha time yote. Hapo sawa. Okay, good. So I think it's kina Luka ndo anashindwa kuconnect. Request the microphone. I'm gonna drop and come back again. And maybe just before I go there, I want to just let you know we have been talking about the upcoming United States election. And I see the commentator is there, believe me or not, William Ruto is the Supreme Court, William Ruto is the IBC, William Ruto is the Parliament. William Ruto is the Senate, William Ruto is the DCI. Do you know the only way to end this? That is the commentator asking that pertinent question. Everybody is now worried. Unajua mimi Western, before niwaambie tu kweli hivi, the reason I am not able to give Popiok the mic is the way he minimizes our IQ. Na Popiok nataka usikie Pop, by the way, the Pop, una minimize IQ yetu, coming here to tell us unajua Russia, eti nyinyi mnajua Russia. What do you mean mnajua Russia? Come on bana, we can do better. Luka Matoke, leo microphone yako imekataa. Let me do this. Let me try to refresh on my side too. Haya, sasa nimerudi tena. Mugala, are you there? Can you hear me, Mugala? Western, can you hear me? Sir.
Yes, I can hear you, Pepita.
It looks like Mugala has lost us, one. And Mugala is also a wise man there. I was just saying bana, watu wache kutupima IQ hapa hivi kutuambia stories za sijui eti mnajua Russia. Wewe, we know Joseph Stalin, wachana hata Vladimir Putin. What are you saying? Mikolenko, you know Mikolenko? Huyo unasema nini? Story hapa hivi. You know, sometimes I feel like the way people, sisi wenye tuko hapa hivi in the urban areas, we look at the people who are living in the villages as dumb. Hata kuna jamaa alisema kurudi ushago ni ngumu because utashindwa kurudi Nairobi. What do you mean? Sini fallback plan. What do you mean? But anyway, Luka Matoke is back here. I don't like talking about the United States because guys, mimi Kenya yetu imenishinda sasa, huko hivi ndo nitaniweza. So but I like listening to punditry because I know nitakuwa vulai kwenye CNN hii weekendi. Hii wiki inakuja we will be live, of course, following up on that. Mimi mnanijua na mambo ya udaku, I will not miss it. Yo, Luka Matoke.
Yes.
Oya, tumekupata sasa.
Oh yeah. Okay, nilikuwa nataka kuongezea kidogo that the current problems we have in the world, it's just problems that were carried from the past. And for us to understand how these problems came about, we need to look at our history. The history of the world is that, when there was tensions between USA and Russia, that time it was the Soviet Union. There were tensions. Initially they were friends. Just the same way that initially America and USA and United Kingdom, they were not in good terms, and then they got into good terms. Same way if you go back into history, there is a time the British were not in good terms with the French. So when there were tensions between USA and the Soviet Union, this is when now their leaders used to come together and they sit and they discuss, they agree, they sign treaties, they decide like, okay, you reduce your weapons, I'll also reduce my weapons. And things used to, there were times the war was about to happen. Because of them sitting down and talking and agreeing, war would not happen. And that is really what Trump is saying. Trump is saying that, it's not necessary that we get into these wars. These are wars we can sit down, talk, agree. We agree, you do this, I do this. And remember, it's not only Trump that is saying that Ukraine should not be joining NATO. The same case, Bernie Sanders raised the issues that just imagine we as Americans, if Russia gets into an agreement with Mexico and brings its weapons and places them just across the border, do you think we are going to be comfortable? I remember Bernie Sanders asking that. So, and Bernie Sanders wanted to buy, but he was rigged out. We know what happened with Clinton back in those days. So Bernie Sanders has been rigged out in many occasions. Just that Trump somehow survives and goes all the way until he survives. So I know he might not do many things for me as an African, but at least we'll stop that war. Why do I say I don't want that war? Because it's affecting us as Africans. We used to import food and fertilizer from the two countries that are involved in the war. Now, in those countries, as the war is happening, there is a workforce that is being lost. There are industries that are not working. So these industries, we are not going to be getting whatever we are getting from them. And the few that remain now, because that the demand has gone up and the supply is low, what do? When we get maybe fertilizer from those countries or wheat, they hike the price. If they hike the price, the bread that you're taking, the price goes up. We even used to get oil from these countries. If they hike that, it's going to affect us. So Mimi, I hope that Trump wins so that he can stop these wars. The Israeli and the Arabs war, hii imekuwa ikiendelea sana. I know it is going to be difficult to solve that one, but at least let's solve the one that is easier to solve between Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, because that war has been, imeni affect sana mimi. Remember, I am a fan of Chelsea, and do you know what they did to us? We all know our guy was, sent away, and from there we've been having bad results. So wacha hii vita ishi, at least hata sisi tukue tunafurahia. Yeah, itakuwa mzuri sana if this war comes to an end. And Trump has promised to end it. Even there is a video that is in YouTube where Trump tells, whereby, okay, first Zelensky was telling Trump that, Europe and USA can help us to stop this war. And Trump stops him and tells him, you know what? You can go and talk with Putin and agree on how you can end this war. You don't need us. You can just end it by yourself. But it's like Zelensky wants USA to be involved in the war all along. Now, Trump, believe you me, when he makes a promise, he makes sure that that promise comes to fulfillment. So once he gets in, he's going to stop all the military aid to Ukraine. Ukraine is going to see they are weak and they are going to agree to negotiate with Putin, and the war will come to an end. So I hope Trump wins. All the best to him. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, we will be waiting to see how that goes. I see while you are speaking, Western dropped and other speakers as well were dropped to the listeners. But I'll also open the mic to other speakers who want to speak as well. Welcome to Home Run with PP. Of course, we are here trying to get to the bottom of all this American saga. It's about to go down next week. I saw ballot boxes being banned, and I was like, okay. And I'm lucky that the people who are wagering about Trump and Kamala are here. My guy kwanza mwenye alisema yeye ataniwekea 250 dollars. Wacha nione trans exchange rate. Hapo ndo 1000 ya matoke natokea before nilipe rent $250. Trump to win. Hiyo ni mtu ananiwekea, huyo anaitwa Ellis Hill. Ellis, is the bet on? Hiyo ni 32,125 shillings with 2 zeros. Ellis, jambo. Uko sawa?
Jambo sana vipi?
Uko
The bet is
salama?
on and the bet is on. Ali agree because he has to commit.
Western ako hapa, atakuja.
Mimi zina tulisema ngapi? $250.
Yes, ulisema $250.
Okay, $250 actually during the show on November the 6th. But anyway, pipi nimwambieni hivi ndugu yangu. You see, and don't be carried away with all euphoria around Trump. Trump is a felon. He's a criminal. Trump is no different from Kenya na Uhuru na Ruto wakati walikuwa wamepelekwa ICC. Those guys are serious charges against them. So, ndio namwambia, the world is not dumb. Trump is there to save his own skin because he knows he's going to jail. He is a convicted felon. All inangojea ni sentencing. Akilose kudanganyi, Trump is going to jail. Okay? So, and I'm not saying much about that. So, the guy, he was a showman. He's a showmanship. Huyu jamaa alianza through Hollywood, member apprenticeship. So he's a guy who, and it's so funny when you believe what these politicians say. They can sugarcoat everything and looks holy and jolly, but and they end up giving him hell. Just like Ruto ametupatia. Look at Ruto when he was campaigning. All the promises he did. When it comes to war, and this is what I want Kenyans to angalia. You have to understand the art of war. War is a money-making machine for the industrial complex. Unanielewa? That is your sana. Fanya your research. When who is who in the money world? When do they make the most money? When there is war. When they have, and especially kama Rothschild. Rothschild is one of those dynasties when it comes to financing government. When did they make the most of their money? They made most of their money when it came to loaning money to government during war. So when war is waged, it's not Trump war. War is there to make money. America may spend more money with Ukraine than Russia spent on that war. What does that tell you? You think that's Trump? That's way more than Trump. The industrial complex in America. That's the force behind these wars, because that's when they make their money. Mabuleti zao, their ammunition. That's when wanaenda kutest all these bombs wamefanya. And guess what? Those are contracts. Wala companies ziko na contract the Defense Department. So guess what? After that, what? They make more bombs and then they create more money for themselves. So these wars wanazikifightiwa when it comes to reconstruction of Ukraine, and because that Palestine what are reconstruct ni companies the lands that reconstruct. Look at what happened to Iraq. During the reconstruction, zile pesa zilitumwa huko zote. That's how watu wanakulanga the industrial complex, the military industrial complex ya America wanakulanga pesa ya serikali. They have to have wars ili waweze kutumia hizi pesa zao. The corruption to some other degree. Now hiyo inanga mambo ya Republicans, inanga mambo ya Democrats. You anga the military industrial itself. Actually, most of them they are Republicans, by the way. Unaona? So ndio nasema, see, we as Africans, we should not be caught up with this. Trump is an evil guy because huyu ni mtu anapiganisha watu against other people. It's no different from Gachagua. Hii mambo ya tribalism. Unakuta mtu is being Trump of his own tribe, but because of this showmanship, he looks like mtu wa intellect ama mtu of good moral standing gani. Kama just the other day, 2 days ago, on his own parade in New York, pakona these guys from Puerto Rico, Our Maritino wa Puerto Rico. A comedian amesimama on that podium akasema there's a big floating island in Atlantic Ocean. And it's full of garbage. And what island is that? Puerto Rico. Imagine calling a whole group of people a pile of garbage. Because why? He wants to, the reason he does this, and this is what Africans were only, many of the manufacturing sector America, ilitoka America since the 80s. Wakapeleka to China. So, whereas one man could hold one job, na as a kufindi family yake, na as a could take care of his family, he didn't even need to get a college job. Unakuta sasa msee alikuwa anamaliza high school, after high school get maybe one of these manufacturing job in this plant kama manufacturing. Na wako sawa, you are good to go. Wako na good retirement kila kitu. Now because of technology and the change of the global way of doing business, so a lot of this was shifted to China. So what has been left, states kama ukienda Michigan, Pennsylvania, even to some degree, hata hii seti niko nayo. Hii seti niko was a big manufacturer ya Boeing, na Douglas planes. So what happened when Boeing walikuwa hapa in the 80s and 70s, people were making good money, getting good jobs. But guess what? Boeing ilitoka hapa. Ikaenda to Washington, ikaenda to Texas. So unakuta now they have a big group of disgruntled white males. Wale mababa zao walikuwa na majob nzuri hizi za hizi makampuni, hizi manufacturing jobs. So hizi factory jobs. Sasa hao mababa zao walikuwa na majob hizo. These young men cannot now, they are not young men, they are people in their 40s and 50s. These guys cannot now get that kind of job when you now hold such kind of I mean in a family. Unakuta sasa, for example, even let me put it in this way. Tuseme budako alikuwa job hapa na Boeing hapa Lakewood. Guess huyo buda alikuwa na nyumba, angelipa mortgage na amlishe nyinyi watoi. Now when these kids have grown up, Boeing ishaondoka. Manufacturing sector ishaondoka. Guess what? Hao watoto walileziwa hapo, they cannot even afford to buy a house in that same neighborhood. Because what? Those good paying jobs are gone. So now Trump is playing on this. Some of these talking points is of these white supremacists. Ukienda kuangalia from Victor Charlesville, what there was just during his reign, walitokea a very racist KK movement ilikuwa back in East. Jamaa mzungu alienda kaiba na he ran over the protesters. And Trump anakapa anasema they are fine people on both sides. And yes, these guys are racist to the core. So even when he's saying making America great again, he's referring to these white males. Like mimi nikiingia in power, guess what? Hizi majobs nitampatia na mashinda zenu is because of these immigrants. Unaona ma immigrants wamekuja, hao ndio wamechukua majobu zenu. Which is a big lie. Which is a big lie. So Trump being a showman, ametoka kwa entertainment industry, apprenticeship, na hizi manini zake, of course, he was also a developer. But at the end of the day, the guy is a criminal. He's a convicted felon. He has 34 of them. Convicted by his own peers. So hakuna venye mtu atakuja niambie, huyu ni jamaa anapaswa kulead anybody. I'm not happy because of his felons, but to be held to any Wakenya wengi sana wamekuwa deported because wamekuwa na felons, so they cannot even have a job. You cannot even be a teacher. You cannot even be a policeman. You can't even have a federal job if you have a felon conviction. Kwa nini hawa na kanini wa president? It's from a very simple thing, very simple reasoning. Kwanza tatue hizi legal problems zake, then he can talk be a leader. But the reason why he really won't be a president, number one, is to save his ass, to save his skin. That's number one. And of course, to make money for his family, because this guy is a billionaire. He's a billionaire. And ukiangalia even his reign, between 2016 and 2021, he gave the biggest taxes to billionaires, not the middle class people or small business. I'm a small business owner. Hata ukiangalia Biden administration, walipitia 450 million loans for small businesses. SBA loans tulipata. Unemployment was actually lower during wakati wa Biden than even during Trump's time. Those numbers are there. So let's not be lied. Like anyway, Hizo ni politics za America. I don't sio politics za Kenya. Me, I stand whoever is. It's not even Kamala Harris, but I think I stand for rule of law. Tukisema mtu akuwa na felon na fanya ABCD, let it be simple as that. Tusiwe na exceptions. Na tusiwe tunapand on these white supremacists KK talking points. Because they have demonized everything, especially Democrats wanafanya. But if you look deeper, huu jamaa anapiganisha ni kama Kenya unapiganisha Wakikuyu na Wajaluo na nani, and then the guy comes in at the middle as if he's a savior. He's not a savior. Trump right now is a convicted felon. Na akishindwa hakuna shida. Akishinda mimi nitakupatia $250 without a doubt. PP November 6th. I rest my case.
Okay, November 6th, Western Shilao, first of all, confirm. Niulize ibet ni aina gani kwanza? Is eti mwenye ana lose bado tu I win anyway ama ni aje? We Ellis. Ni winner take it all ama ni ya gani? Ni kama Ellis ameenda. Dismas, habari? Jambo.
Mzuri. Sasa hope nyi wote mko poa. Historia ya komreda huko kwani tutanyamazia tu hivi. Alafu
talk to us
now
about
unajua
it.
saizi we are just quiet, we need to do something. Secondly, the movement to keep quiet about it. Sasa tunaongelea tu US politics.
Unaweza fungua space ndugu yangu pia ufungue uongelee hizo unajua because you cannot come into people's spaces and dictate their conversation, you know.
Yes.
I'm saying you can as well open a space and talk about the said topics because already people here are already having that conversation. You can't just come and dictate that. Anyway, thank you for your time. Yes, on this Maverick Aoko issue, by the way, now that he has mentioned it.
No, Pipi, ni clarify on the bet. Mimi ilikuwa hivi. Trump akishinda mimi nitapatiana 250. Okay?
Okay.
Now, which means if he wins, I have to give the show. Now akishindwa, then what's his name? Western need to give $250 to the show pia. You see what I'm saying? So winner don't take. I mean that's all the bet it is. The structure of the bet. Akishinda, well and good. I have to give it.
Thank you.
Na kishindwa, basi Western anapaswa kupatia 250 to the show. Tumeelewana.
Western ndo anafaa aseme tumeelewana. Mimi najua mimi ni mpokezi, bado tunaelewana na kila kitu.
We are promoting your show because
thank you,
people, let me tell you one thing. It's about promoting one another. Because me, I believe in small businesses. I'm not into these big corporations, which Trump is all about. And I'm not pandering to American businesses. Now, let me tell you how these even people get away with murder. Not really murder, even without paying taxes. Una mtu kama Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a big fan of Trump. But you have to, it's the money behind it. Just when nilimwambia Rothschild, go ufanye research. How the financial industry, the people buying the real money of the world, make money during wars. Mtu kama Elon Musk, he made most of his money from the contracts from Defense Department ya US. Kupeleka hizi mashatu anapeleka kwa space, the biggest funder ilikuwa the DOD, the Department of Defense. So, but the thing is, then huyu jamaa venye anafanya, he became a billionaire, and that's how this is what they do. Huyu jamaa kama stock ya Tesla, anaenda analipwa in terms of zile stock ana hold. Unaona, a stock share. So what happened is huyu jamaa anaenda increase the value of the stocks, that the Tesla. So anaweza kutainaia stock zake zime increase, a share inakuwa $1 billion. So huyu jamaa, which is now the colleagues of billionaires, what they do, kwa mshahara yeye alipwe mshahara, he gets almost no income, almost zero income. Sasa anaenda anaenda kwa bank, anachukua sasa loan against the value of the stocks. Sasa hii loan anachukua, you don't tax loan, hakuna tax mtu ulipa na loan. Unanielewa? So jamaa anaishi maisha yake, of course, whatever lifestyle anda kuishi, na hiyo pesa amekopa against the loan. Sasa hii pesa sasa huu jamaa unakuta sisi wafanya small business na regular people, we are busy paying taxes, but these billionaires don't pay any taxes. The only time he pays taxes ni kama akiuza a share of the stake, the stock share kwa kampuni yake, which they don't. Instead of selling ili walipe the capital gains on those stocks, wanaendanga wanachukua loan. Unanielewa? So ndio nakwambia this kind of money, which within one thing, tax evasion, that's a crime. Tax avoidance is not a crime, and that's what they do. These people don't even paying any taxes, and this is the rights of Donald Trump. And you unakuta hapa na file bankruptcy not to get out of their business contract. So ndio nakwambia, when you look deep into it, usisupport mtu blindly. Mimi venye nasema Democrats, mtu kama Kamala Harris, she's a working class person. Unaanza kuona tax returns zake. She's a upper middle class person. She was a senator elected by the people. She was an attorney general of the state elected by the people, living a very ordinary life and for say, but upper class, middle class. Huyo mtu kama huyo can relate to even to my priest. Wakati jamaa anakuja anasema immigrants tunakulanga umbwa na paka, I mean, at least analelate. Unaona venye anaita Puerto Rico a pile of garbage, because as long if you don't make billions like them, you are nothing. In their eyes, you are nothing. So that you nasema, when you look deep into it, the biggest taxpayer are the middle class. Hao ndio wanalipa. These are billionaires, of course, people in the low end, lower income are lipang any taxes, any income taxes. Anyway, Pipi, tuendelee.
Asante Ellis for that. Luka Matoke, uko na kitu ya kuongea ama niende kwa Western?
Endelea tu, I'll come back later.
Haya, wacha tuone iko hapo kwenye comment section as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run with Pipi. You can always subscribe hapo hivi kwenye our channel. Unaenda pale kwa YouTube, you write 4 words HRWP. Bas, magic ina happen. HRWP, hivyo tu na magic inatokea. So go check it out. And tell me what you think about what we have been doing. So far, I shoot 4 videos. Okay, nime release 4 videos. I have others which have not released yet. But yes, that is just what we are about. Ukiangalia vizuri hiyo kazi, that is what we are doing hapa hivi kwenye Home Run with Pipi. We have a new video which I released yesterday. I have another one that I'm supposed to release before today ends. Thank you so much for everybody who tunes in and also shares these spaces to their friends as well. Acha ni post, nataka kupini kwanza, first of all, pin. Yeah. Then, yeah, we already pinned it. Okay, now send it to. So now we have a pinned YouTube channel there. Now we are at 378 subscribers. I know not all of you have subscribed to our channel, so let's take this moment to go 379, which means I need 21 subscribers to get to 400. I want to end today in 400. I know I can. I believe I can. And it's because of you who has not subscribed right there. HRWP. I just written HWRP. What? I can't even write my PP. I can't even write my own home with the PP. Yeah, but that is right. So it's Home Run with PP. Go and subscribe on that channel kindly. I'm refreshing. Nione kama watu wako serious ama wananidanganya. I want to know. I want to see. And also nimekuwa nikiangalia from the debates zilikuwa zina happen pale hivi. It seems like there is also Microsoft and Google supporting a lot of Kamala Harris, and Elon Musk supporting a lot of Trump. Do you think even the acquisition of X was political, Western Shilaho?
Um, of course, it is. This is a space, the largest political platform you can ever get anywhere. There isn't one that surpasses this. Elon Musk, if you've been following him, there are people who asked whether it was worth it. I think it was 44 billion or something, the worth of this thing. He said that was the price of free speech. It was not the price of Twitter. He says that is the price of free speech. If you remember, Trump had been banned from this platform at some point. He was banned. Elon Musk said, no, we have to restore free speech. We may disagree, but we're not going to gag anybody. Let them express their views. So it's political. Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, if you buy a platform like this, that's a political decision. It is. You can reach millions and millions of people without necessarily asking them to fill a stadium, or there can be no stadium. Your followers, and that can accommodate all your followers for some of the people on this platform. So it was a political decision. This is a political platform, and before Elon Musk acquired it, of course there was cancellation, there was gagging, there was censorship. Say that must come to a stop. And there's one guy who has given this campaign a boost. If you follow him, he's giving out 1 million to randomly selected voters in those swing states. That's a huge boost. Peter, there's something peculiar about the US elections and politics. You nail your colors on the mast. You nail your colors on the mast. If this is your candidate, come out in the open. Don't be scared that what if my candidate loses? Come out in the open. If you're a media house and this is your candidate, come out in the open. And instead, we are supporting Donald Trump or we're supporting Kamala Harris. Come out in the open, and we'll gauge you on that basis that your editorial policy is pro-Republican or pro-Democrat or pro this candidate. Don't be wishy-washy. I think I admire that about them. The other thing is, you see, to make sense of politics, you have to distance yourself. If you don't, you get carried away by the emotion and the razzmatazz. So even when your candidate is performing poorly, you refuse to reconcile yourself to that because you completely lock out, facts which you can't rig, which you cannot deny. But then politics is not, the kind of business you would expect many people to relate to dispassionately. For me, putting it to Ellis, I have no dog in the fight. But how the events are unfolding, I will tell you, based on how events are unfolding and the issues at play and the trends and the duration between now and the D-Day when elections will be held, all factors remaining constant, this is the candidate who is likely to win elections. Peter, it's your platform where I said, I've been very unpopular on 2 occasions. Very unpopular. 2016, when Trump was running for, I think, the first time. I think it was like crazy. Amongst my colleagues and friends at that time, they looked at me as crazy when I would tell them Trump is winning this thing. Say, no way, it's not going to happen. On the Kenya scenario, 2022, I was also an outlier. I would find myself the only isolated person. And I say, William Ruto will win this thing. Going by the way things are unfolding, he's going to win this thing. And people say, no, it can't happen. You can't defeat the state. You know, his rival Raila has got the backing of the state. There's no way. I said, look, I know that, but from my reading, he has got the momentum. He has got the momentum. He has got the political initiative. He's more organized than his opponents. He has got very few things to deal with as far as internal contradictions in his movement are concerned. And as such, he's the candidate to beat. And they'll be told, no, it's not going to happen. It came to pass. So I try as much as possible to discipline my own passions when it comes to some of these things. Because if I don't, then I'm not going to make sense of them. My emotions, my likes, my preferences will carry me away. And therefore, it doesn't necessarily mean I am pro-Trump or pro-establishment or I'm against Kamala Harris. But I'm saying from my own reading, devoid of my own personal preferences, this candidate has got the momentum, and that candidate is Donald Trump. And barring anything drastic, in politics, things happen. He's the candidate to beat. That is it. I put it as such. But it's not like if the result turns out differently, I'll be shocked. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I'll say, okay, yeah, there are things that happen on the voting day, depending on how people turn out and stuff like that, things that you can't predict. And they change the scenario entirely. So that is it. I think that's the point Ellis has to appreciate. It's not like we support bigotry. It's not like we support racism. It's not like we support misogyny. No, we don't. We don't support xenophobia. Trump is a xenophobe. But those kind of things within the greater realm of politics, you realize sometimes they don't really matter. Because there are people who will support you regardless. It's like Liberians. When Charles Taylor was running for president, I think it was 97 or thereabout. And Charles Taylor has got a very macabre history in Liberia as a rebel leader. He led, characters who butchered people in Liberia. Well, he transformed himself into a presidential candidate and then, campaigned and won elections. If you care to remember, Liberians said, he killed my pa, he killed my ma, but I'm going to vote for him. It looks bizarre, eh? So, but this guy is the one whose troops and rebel forces butchered your family. Liberia say, well, he killed my ma, I know that. He killed my pa, I know that, but I'm going to vote for him. Politics can be that crazy. In Kenya, we know it. Let's not even go to Liberia, 2030. These are our candidates. It doesn't matter. We know it. It's very crazy. So having witnessed those things up close and having read about them in far-flung spaces, you don't invest your emotions in some of these things in as much as they're emotional. So that for me, Pepita, if you're my candidate, I can say that, my candidate will lose the election based on what I see. My candidate, yes, I would wish Pepita wins this election, but odds are stacked against him. He's not going to win it. And I make peace with that. I'm not the kind of person, no, Pepita can't lose this election because I support him. No, it doesn't work like that. My support is just one amongst very many variables that are going to determine the outcome of the election. But in Kenya, we struggle with that. So that if this is my candidate, my presidential candidate, then it follows ipso facto that they must win. Well, yeah, they are likely to win. They stand a chance of winning, but it's not a given. And you must make room for that they could actually lose the election. That's why to some people, when elections happen and results are announced, they're gutted. They're completely gutted. It's like they have to check into a shrink's, room for some counseling because they didn't make peace for the other outcome. They only were looking forward to one outcome. And because it didn't happen, completely crushed. crushed psychologically. It saps energy out of them. Well, you can't help it because politics is an emotional thing. But for those who can help, well, they go sip their coffee or beer and just watch things as they unfold. Let's prepare for the next drama. This one is over. Let's prepare for the next one. So I come from that perspective, Pipita. It's not like I'm betting like Manchester and Arsenal. No, even Manchester and Arsenal. When the game starts and I start watching the game, the way it's going, I say no, this team is likely to beat this other one if this game continues the way it is. So even if I'm supporting Arsenal and I see Manchester has got an upper hand, I'll say no, this my team is likely to lose. Yeah, they don't have what it takes to carry this game. So that's how I look at it. I try not. It's called nuance. I try not to be unidimensional because you don't create room for the unexpected outcome. You don't make room for things that you cannot help. There are things you can't help. Your IEBC in Kenya, you don't control IEBC. So why would you be so emotionally invested in the election? You don't know what they're going to do. You don't control the state. You don't know the person who's in charge of the state, what they're going to do or what they're planning. They're not looping you in on their games. And most of the time, their games are nefarious. They don't tell you. So when you invest, you don't make room for those things that you're not aware of. And when you come to terms with those things, what? If you don't have the requisite mental composure, comportment, you're crushed like a vehicle that has hit a tree, completely crushed. You need panel beating to come back to what you were. So, Pipita, that's my take. And the other thing is, there's one of your listeners who was saying we talk about Pipita. This is global. You know what's happening in Kenya. It's not just what's happening in Kenya. It has got the global dimension, and that's why it's imperative to appreciate global issues because they help you to appreciate better what's happening locally. Because we obtain in an ecosystem whereby some decisions are made outside of Nairobi, and Nairobi has no option because it's part of the so-called international community. It has got no option. Those guys who are coming to town, as you say, these high-ranking security personnel from the US state, well, it tells you how the Kenyan state is entangled with the US and the rest of the world. So the decision the Kenyan political elite, the Kenyan government makes are not entirely decisions that are generated locally, are not entirely decisions that are in the best interest of the people of Kenya. And there's evidence to that. There are decisions that are engineered from elsewhere. So to lock yourself out from something as consequential as the US elections is to immerse yourself in parochialism. And we don't like that. You have to understand what's happening around you, understand what's happening in the neighboring village, in the neighboring country, and understand what's happening over the seas, across the oceans, what's happening there. We are interdependent as the so-called global world, global village. We are. So it's imperative. You're not like you've forgotten about what's happening in Kenya. No, you have not. You are just aware of the fact that what is happening locally in Kenya has got an international dimension, and that Kenya is part of the international community. It cannot operate in isolation, and that the US elections are consequential, not just to the US itself, but also to the rest of the world. Why? Because this is the foremost consequential global actor. It's as simple as that. The decisions they make will affect you, whether you voted in the US elections or you did not, whether you are the candidate or you did not. The decisions will find their way onto your doorstep. It's as simple as that. So it's not advisable to ignore things because you don't stay in that country, or you don't hold a passport, or you do not vote in that country. No, it's not like that. It's imperative because we are interlinked as members of the international community, and especially in Africa, because of our unique position as poverty-stricken, conflict-stricken, full of inequalities, full of violence, and all sorts of kind of things. We are vulnerable. We're very vulnerable. And when those decisions are adverse, the decisions that are made, let's say, at the United Nations Security Council, where the US has got this overwhelming power, and where most of the issues that are discussed are usually about Africa, we don't have representation there. Well, it doesn't really matter whether we follow the deliberations or not. Those deliberations will find their way onto our shores. Before we realize, we're supposed to deploy to Haiti. A country is closer to the US than closer to us. But our police officers, Kenyans, they're supposed to get into an aeroplane and go to Haiti, supposedly to secure the country. Well, it's bizarre. It's very bizarre. Well, but it's not bizarre if you understand international politics. It's not bizarre. Because if you, in the international arena, if you can't stand your ground, and you can only stand your ground, one, if you have got a robust economy, and therefore you depend very less on external assistance. You don't rely on aid and those kind of things. You can do without AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act, that we discussed about. You can do without. Even if the US expels you from that pact, you can still do business. And well, if you are not that kind of a country, what Americans do affects you. It does affect you. The decisions they make affect you. Who they elect in the White House or Oval Office, if you like, will affect you. So it's as simple as that. Like in AGOA, South Africa, Africa's most industrialized country. The other day they were jittery because Joe Biden threatened to remove them from the AGOA Pact. Why? Because of their close association with Russia. And Americans say, look, this AGOA thing is meant for our allies. It's not meant for our detractors. African countries must commit to support American interests, not to sabotage them. The countries that are into the AGOA Pact must commit not to fraternize with American enemies. But South Africa is close to Russia, said, we're going to expel you. Well, Pretoria was concerned. No, please don't do that. It's going to harm our economy. Because Pretoria exports vehicles in the US market and all sorts of things. So please don't. It's going to create a lot of economic problems at home. So if a country of South African stature can be concerned about, being in good books with the US and doing, what about us? What about those other countries? We don't stand a chance. So it's as simple as that. It's not that we're ignoring our domestic politics. What we're saying is that we can chew gum and scale the stairs at the same time. We can talk about our local politics, which are with as much gusto as we can talk about US politics or Nigerian politics. If elections were to take place in Nigeria, we're going to talk about Nigeria. Or India, we talk about Indian politics. So we are not parochial. We're broad, and we care a lot about what's not just happening under our nose, but what's happening beyond. It's as simple as that. Pipita?
Thank you for that clarification, Western. Of course, we cannot just talk about the things that are happening in our country alone. And even when you see the director of CIA visiting the country twice, it means they're important somewhere, And if you cannot ask ourselves where are we important, then we are losing it. It's not easy. Mi nimewatch hizi movies, nimeziwatch sana. Nimeziwatch. Yeah. And kwenye sasa director akienda hapo sasa hiyo movie inakuanga inaisha. Yeah. Sijui guys, but ni sinema tu. Yeah. So I don't know what our politicians are planning with us, but I hope tuko hapa hivi tukijua kwamba if we keep on keeping quiet, of course, it doesn't mean that things are not happening. Or if we turn a blind eye or say, so if we talk about free alcohol, does it stop American elections next week? It doesn't, you know. But does it mean that we have forgotten that she's not anywhere to be found? We have not. So yeah. But thank you so much for that, Western, and of course Ellis Hill. Next week we'll be here to follow up on the presidential election of the United States. Of course, it has a lot of impact to us. People have been saying a lot of things regarding to what Trump has planned. Others are talking about what they have planned with Kamala. But yes, I'll be here to see it all, hopefully, Majaliwa. But I see my guy, Big Boss. Mambo vipi kakangu?
Kaka, pole kwa homa. Hilo ni moja kati ya kumbukumbu Mwenyezi Mungu anakukumbusha kuwa anakuona. Ndio maana ukiugua ukipona, Mwenyezi Mungu anamaanisha anakuona. Ila wanaugua alafu inaenda hivyo, kazi ya Mungu haina makosa. Si eti kwamba Mungu hawakumbuki, anawaona. Huwa anakumbusha muda wao, nyakati umetimia waondoke. Nafurahi kaka, hata katika moja mbili ya mahangaiko ya hali ya hewa tunaishi, ila sasa inasikitisha ndugu yangu. Jana ni moja ya video, dada mmoja maiti yake ikibuliwa sehemu, alafu kinachouma zaidi ni mtu muuzaji tu uji kawaida, amekoroga uji wake, dada wa watu ametoka anaenda kutafuta riziki. Hatujui nani wako nyuma yake, wanamwangalia, wanamtegemea. Mtu amepotea. Yaani tupo kwenye nchi, mtu akipotea ndo basi, yani bora hata mwanze tu maombolezi, muwe katika harakati ya kuwa mna msiba tayari. Sasa nashindwa, tuko kwenye nchi ama ni kijiji cha mtu amekishika mikononi, anakiendesha vile yeye anavyojisikia. Ni huzuni sana. Ni huzuni wakati unakaa nchi fulani, baadhi tu humu katika jangwa la Afrika, anakuambia nenda uige demokrasia ama nenda uige uhalisia wa maisha katika nchi ya Kenya. Kuna video moja zikitrend zinaonesha marehemu mzee Nyerere kule I think Nyerere akiwaambia Watanzania, jamani, mnajisumbua kwenda Ulaya kufanya nini? Nendeni tu hapa, Ulaya iko tu hapa nyuma hapa Nairobi. Nendeni hapo muone Ulaya, London iko hapo. Waganda hivyo hivyo. Tumetoka katika scenario ya watu kuja kwetu kuona vile mandhari yetu yalivyo nchi nzuri. Tumekuwa tu nchi ya vituko tu, na ni watu tu fulani na tamaa zao. Nimalize tu kwa kusema Mungu anawaona, na vile Mungu anawaona, haki ya mtu hailiki. Mnyonge lakini haki mwachie, mpe tu. Ila Mungu ni mtetezi, anatuona tu, anatuona. Ndio, acha niongee tu hivyo tu. Shukrani kwa hii nafasi. Asante boss.
As far as Big Boss, of course, speaking also on the what we call, sijui kama ni extrajudicial ama is just rampant murders. Over 300 murders since April reported, courtesy of Douglas Kanja, of course, who is saying there is something going on. He's ringing the bell. Yeah, he's saying there is something going on. I'm ringing the bell. So I don't know what is happening with Kenya, lakini I want to put it out there. This thing actually got Shafiweru fired. Unajua mimi nashindwa kwani tulikuwa sensitive aje. Shafiweru got fired for saying watu wasiende kuona watu wenye wajuani nao. And it's quite repetitive. It's like we're never gonna be meeting strangers. Guys, we'll be meeting on X. Ama ndio maana mkuji spaces because you're meeting strangers. But anyway, so like this lady who was found in I think it was Nakuru or something. Jesus. Jesus. And you know the media is also reporting, oh, they met after 3 days. They met after a week. When Waini was murdered, the only thing they were looking at was how long did they meet after. You know, it's more when I think about somebody's death, I think about more than just what time they met, you know. That is one thing for sure. So there's that issue of extrajudicial killings. I don't know if you guys have been able to see that. And of course, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who has addressed it through asking about it and telling us to talk about Maverick. The question for me tonight is going to be very simple. To what ends do people do this? What is the ends of taking such a person? Because it's not like Africa Oko is a media station. If you take me, you have not taken anything, you know. It's not like closing a station like Royal Media or something. So these are just mere intimidation tactics that have been used against most of us. And it has worked. It has worked. So right now we are threatened. We are feeling, yani mpaka hata tuwezi ongelea an election that is happening in a week. Why? Because we are threatened. What happens? What will happen to our country? Really? Mpaka hatuwezi ongelea kuhusu another election which we know is going to affect us directly. I'm not going to speak much on that. I might probably need a visa one day. Alkebulan, how are you?
Hello,
Alkebulan, mambo,
sorry.
mambo.
Nimekuwa nikikusikia na nimekuwa nikisikia watu. And what I can say, they're all messing with our minds, I think. Maybe Western anaweza katuelezea vizuri, but mi vile tu nimeona the way hata politics inafanyika, you are trying to convince a certain group of people that already have a certain thinking that you are the one who is able to solve their problem. And hata sahi they just want us to believe that we are defeated. They want us to believe. It's like they are manipulating our minds. Tufikirie tu ni kama, but our biggest war ni kusema tutaendelea regardless. Tutaendelea kusema free Aoko, free Lavani, free anybody who has been caught, has been arrested. Yani that is now our biggest challenge. Yani to keep the momentum, because Kenya wanajaribu kufanya as politicians, vile tumeelezewa, vile hata Trump is appealing to those white racists wenye wanataka kukua, you know, and Kamala is appealing to maybe the middle class na watu low class, and they think in a certain way. Even for us, kama sisi tulidanganywa na Ruto, church has got numbers na sasa he tried to appeal to the numbers, the 80% Christians who have who listen to the bishops and the pastors, and through that, through that they are able to win and gain numbers for themselves, their own interest. Funny thing is, sisi ndio hatujaika put our interest ahead by I will always advocate for economic economic empowerment for us, such that hata kama mtu akitoa kampuni ya vaccines, we will still be okay because tuko na remedies, African remedies somewhere. We will still be okay. Hatuta have to depend on the economies. Na hiyo ndio kitu yenye wanajaribu kufanya. As they mess up with our minds, they are trying to get our money, they're trying to make us work for them. Unapata most of the jobs zenye watu wako nayo sahi, maybe kama sasa okay, tuko na hii ya Elon Musk hii sasa atakulipa, yes. What if a certain population, like 50% of our population wana depend on maybe Elon Musk, ama for example tuna distribute madawa za Bill Gates. That is how they get us, because wanajaribu kufanya sisi tuwafanyie kazi, and the only liberation we can have is if we work for ourselves and get our own stuff. Hata kama ni kidogo, hata kama it's just the mahindi umepanda mahindi ushago kidogo and then you sell it to your neighbor. If it's just that, if it will not make us slaves to these big economies, it's okay. It's okay to be with little rather than kusema tunataka ku get big jobs, yet we are slaves to whatever they say. Wakisema tuna reduce salary zenyu ni hivyo, wakisema tunakata shift ni hivyo, as in we are just slaves. But sahi for now, I think tunafaa kujua they are trying to make us think in a certain way. Now the only revolution we can have is to resist that kind of thinking. The kind of thinking that we can be okay when someone is abducted. No, sisi hatutai kubali, by the way. Thank God sisi hatuwezi kubali kitu kama hiyo. Kitu ada tutakukachia hadi ile siku utakufa, tutakukumbusha. Thank God for hii generation yetu, and with that mimi naweza sema tunaona the way tunaona vile they are trying to manipulate our thinking. Even politicians, tukue aware, they want us, kama Cherargei I saw ati anasema 60% of Kenyans wanataka Ruto, which is a lie. They're just trying to make us be okay with that idea by their words. Na tunafaa tu kuresist the way they talk, and tukate kabisa ile ya Ruto must go hashtag iendelee tu kuwa consistent. That's how we are going to get our freedom. Hata tukipata our economic freedom, let us just be Western alisema the other day, they're after our money. They will have, kwa sababu ile pesa kidogo iko kwa mfuko yako, they will come for it. Hata kama tumesema tunataka kuuza mahindi, so those are the problem ni our politicians and the way they are coining our minds to think. They want us to think in a certain way, watuweke kwa box yao ndio tufanye vitu, tuwafanyie kazi as they eat, and it's all capitalism. It's all capitalism. That's my take, Peter. Na pole kwa homa.
Asante Alkebulan for that. Mpaka nisafishe koo kwanza nisije nikakoroma kwenye mtandao. Pray that you don't get cold from Rongai. Usione vumbi ya Rongai ungoje. Yeah. Rongai is doing me bad. But I just want to say, guys, pale hivi kwenye tip ja kunakaa vibaya, guys. Shout out to Kevo pale hivi, to Kevin for the tip pale hivi ndani ya tip ja. Thank you so much. If you like what you're doing, tunakuwa na tip ja ambayo tunatumia, hiyo ndo pesa ambayo we use to maintain this studio. I hope you guys are seeing the wonderful studio that we have, but there. Asanteni sana wote. Yeah, and I also say the studio is open for you to visit. Yeah, Home Run with PP Studios. For those who don't know, when I started off doing these spaces, I was seated on these stools, the sofa, yeah, side stools, and then I was just tucked in a corner. Sasa sahi unaona tumejenga a whole bedroom studio where we have guests. We have had a couple of awesome guests. Ndio maana hata nipata homa juu ya kufanya kazi alafu nikasema acha nitoke nje kidogo. Now the cold I've been locking myself for the past week. I didn't even kwa light skin. In the next 12 years, I'll be brown. But yes, so basically everything that you see in this studio is supported by you, the listener. Ile 200 bob, 100 bob, 50,000, 2,000 hiyo natuma. Ndio inatusaidia kumaintain from rent to lights to Wi-Fi. Siku hizi niko na hadi guests, so I have to pay for their transport. Kama wa weekend niko na wasanii wakubwa, so a lot of transport had to go into that. Of course, logistics zao, all these things, they come from this tip jar. So msishangae natoa wapi. I don't want to be like a black hole. I want to show you where exactly the money goes. When I tell you support me, nasema hivyo. So yes, I just wanted to point it out. It's about 18 minutes to the top of the hour. I think by tomorrow now, venye tunaenda, tomorrow will be better, kabisa, extra better. And I hope you guys, thank you so much for praying for me. I can't give up on the show right now. Where? No. We are at a crucial time. We don't have to keep quiet. We have to keep going. And of course, we have to keep on educating in our own ways, in our small of ways. Just keep people learning about various things. Vitu kama swing states, vitu, all of these things. And I saw my brother Ismail Luta trying to come to the mic, tena akatoroka, sijui ameenda wapi. Ismaili jamani. Skiza hizi, ladies and gentlemen.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
Inaitwa iSound, yani AI. Welcome to Home Run PP, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for being here. It's always a pleasure, kama kawaida navyoambia. Yes. And kama nilivyoambia earlier on, I'm on YouTube now, on Home Run with PP YouTube. Guys wanted me to go visual. I didn't want to have only these recorded spaces, so I had to do something more. And that is why we have Home Run with PP, from Home Run with PP chats to Home Run with PP Journey series. I'm hoping to get a surprise guest from the space. Bado hajui any guest, but she's going to be a guest here. That is in the pipeline though. But we already have some short videos, and then we also have others which are about to be released, and also have a new segment I'll be launching. Yeah, wale watu wanapenda mambo ya sheria hii itawabamba sana. Yeah. And also, if you want to be a contributor on Home Run with PP podcasts, niliambia kwamba hii ni channel yetu. This YouTube is this studio. I wasn't building it so that I'd be locking myself in here. If you want to also podcast, unaweza kuja hapa hivi tununulie tokens and do the thing, you know what I'm saying? At least hata wewe unajijenga na sisi pia unahakikisha studio yetu taa ijazima. Ndio tuache pia kusumbua watu na tipcha sana, Haya. Asanteni sana kwa hiyo. I wanted to just talk about that, and of course, each and every Monday we are here to talk about investments. Tuesdays we talk about state of the nation. Wednesdays we talk about trending topics. Thursdays we talk about health and wellness. Fridays we talk about relationships. But basically these days imekuwa tu town halls. But anyway, let's see how it goes this weekend. Tunaweza ongelea the one topic that the Democrats and Republicans seem to be differing on. I don't know kama Western anajua ni topic gani hiyo yenye naongelea. I think it's the life story. Is it the life topic? I think that is their main point of diversion this time around. Apart from the race, of course. What do you say, Western? Is it is it something? I'm saying the point of deviation in this time of election, is it about the pro-life discussion, or is it about pro-life, or is it about the race? Which one is going to be taking precedence?
Neither of the two. The overarching question in the election is the economy. The economy, Peter. Those other issues are subservient. They're subsumed under that. So Americans, like I would imagine many other people across the world, they vote by their pockets. So if the economy is not doing well, and you are the incumbent, and you're running for re-election, yeah, you stand no chance. If the economy is doing well, you're running for re-election, well, you're as good as home and dry. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter whether you're killing people somewhere else or you're supporting genocide in Gaza. Americans are that parochial, if you like, in quotes, parochial. They care about their interests. The rest we'll watch on CNN what's going on there. So that's their domestic politics about reproductive health, gay rights, and those kind of things. They're domestic politics, but will not influence this election more than the state of the economy. And Trump, that is his strong point. Of course, he's run before on that very, very platform. And when he was elected, well, said he actually turned around the economy because he's a businessman and said, I'm just going to translate the same skills I use in my businesses. Of course, some people say he's shady, doing shady businesses, doesn't pay tax and stuff like that. So Pipita, it's the economy. As Bill Clinton's advisor said at some point, it's the economy, stupid. As simple as that. So there's nothing diversionary there. They're crystal clear on what they're looking for. The person who talked about deindustrialization, of course, it's true. Trump has capitalized on deindustrialized states and regions of the US. People who, saw their fortunes plummeting, entire neighborhoods abandoned and overrun by bushes because, the good old days when industries were booming back in 70s or 60s or 80s or thereabout, and they relocated, people are left in abject poverty. And he came and whipped that kind of emotion. So Trump is also a creature of his predecessors, to put it simply, because a demagogue capitalizes on the misfortunes of those who came before him. So if you have got presidents or leaders who abandon people to their devices, they're actually creating room for a demagogue. Somebody who just come out, yeah, I'll make you win and win until you get tired. That's Trump's messaging last time. It hasn't changed. You will win until you get tired of winning. Right? People whose fortunes have dwindled, and I want to be a winner. So that is it. That's why when you look at him outside of the context, you don't get the bigger picture. The people who came before him were establishment candidates and presidents. What does it mean? They cared a lot about DC, New York, and the captains of the industry, captains of international capital, Wall Street people. They cared a lot about the fortunes of that kind of group of people, which is very tiny in any given society, and the US is not an exception. That's a tiny fraction of the larger society, and abandoned every other person, especially those white folks. And Trump came, Mr. Fix It. So he's as much an outcome of failed policies in the past as he is, a candidate of our current times. History explains his emergence out of nowhere. Because remember, Jeb Bush ran in 2016. And what did he do? He described all those people as the swamp. He described Hillary as the swamp. This is a woman who has been around power for so many years. And your fortunes have not changed. So what is she going to do differently? Her husband was president for 8 years. Kamala is also being associated with a not so impressive record when she was the attorney of California or someplace. But she only prosecuted, black people or black men, if you like. That is the record she left in that state. So how are you part of us? When you had power, we can see your records. Most black people ended up in jail. How are you part of us? So Barack, if you want to know that they are struggling, Barack the other day, was talking to the African Americans, saying, "No, this is one of your own. This Kamala is one of your own." Well, they asked, "But you want to go that direction? Do you want to go that direction?" And I asked, "But Kamala is married to a white man. Her running mate is a white man. So how are you? Tell us how you want to run with this race card. To where? To what direction?" So that's what happens when every other gear fails. You go back to the race gear. It's the Jim Crow laws of that country. It's embedded on race and racial segregation, Jim Crow laws. When everything else fails, that is the default card. But it's not even finding traction, that one. Because there are many, many, many black people who, despite the unsavory pronouncements by Trump, they can look back to his first time in office and will tell you they had 2 jobs or 3 jobs. Yeah, they tell you that. And that translated into money in their pockets. So they couldn't care less whether he's disdainful of black people. What to me is a pragmatist. He made the economy work and we could see the results. And in the US, you can't lie. It's not like in Africa or in Kenya where somebody tells you they have created this number of jobs, but you don't know of anybody who got a job. You look at around your friends. No, I don't know a friend of mine who got a job. Where are these jobs? I don't know any friend of mine who has got more money than they had before. These guys are lying. In the US, you're not going to lie. You can actually count bodies, people. 1, 2, 3. This person didn't have a job the other day. This person had only 1 job the other day. This person has got 2 jobs. This person has 3 jobs. This person was subsisting on stamps. Now he's taking care of his own life. This person used to live on the streets. Now he's got a job. His life is coming around. You can't lie. It's not like here where you just concoct figures and tell people, no, we've turned around the economy. And IMF is telling, I know, you're not going to lie over there. People are there to bear testimony. So it's on that basis. And then this about these abductions, Peter. Our political elite are very banal. They're very unoriginal. That's what I mean. Very unoriginal. They copy a lot. That's what it means. They mimic a lot. So this very obnoxious way of doing things, you abduct people, you disappear them, or you keep them for some time and then you release them. For those who are students of history, we remember that Nazi Germany had a secret state police called Gestapo. That's what they were called. And their function was basically to intimidate and instill fear in those who are defined as the enemies of the Nazi Germany. They abduct you. They send you to concentration camps. They torture you. They send you to killing sites. Whatever it is, concentration camps, killing centers. That was their role. Brutality was their stock in trade. What is it? To psychologically dismantle your opponents so that you don't even contemplate, speaking against the state. You don't even contemplate rebelling against the state. The brutality that will be meted upon you, you'll wish you didn't do it, and you won't even encourage anybody to try and do it. So that's what, when they talk about the police state, The archetypal police state was the Nazi Germany in recorded history. This was if you want to put it, the highest example of what a police state looks like was Nazi Germany. And the secret police was Gestapo, abducting and torture and brutality and killings. Those were their stock in trade. So what is happening in Kenya? Well, it's a throwback to that kind of era. Because in a democracy, you arrest people who have broken the law. You don't abduct them. You arrest them. You take them to a court of law. You process them. If they're convicted, they do time. If they have no case to answer, they walk. You do not abduct people. You do not allow people to don balaclavas and spew terror all over the place. And at the same time, you talk about a constitutional democracy. No, Nazi Germany was not a democracy. They never pretended. Hitler never pretended to be a Democrat. He was a genocidaire. He was a bigot. He was a racist. If he hated you, he killed you. If he didn't like you, how you looked, phenotypically, he killed you. If he defined you as his enemy, you did not deserve to live. So he wasn't a Democrat. He had no regard for the rule of law. And that was it. And that's why he committed suicide, because he knew he did not deserve justice for the things he had done. Just take your own life before they capture you. He didn't deserve justice. He knew it for the atrocities he had committed. But we can't be in the 21st century. We're witnessing those macabre practices by the state, and at the same time, within the same breath, characterize ourselves as a constitutional democracy. We are not. Those things should not be happening in a constitutional democracy. They shouldn't. They shouldn't be happening in a country that thrives is anchored on the rule of law. They shouldn't be happening. No one should disappear. People are guessing, where is this person? Where did the person go? That should not be happening in a constitutional democracy, where the rule of law is the lodestar, is what guides everybody, is what everybody draws inspiration and guidance from. It shouldn't be happening. So it's a contradiction in terms when sometimes we wax lyrical about how we are miles ahead or steps ahead compared to comparative countries in Africa and beyond. We are not. The reality is that we are not. Because there's a disjuncture. A disjuncture between the Constitution and the lofty ideals and values contained therein, and the practices, behavior, and pronouncements of state actors in Kenya. And therefore, when you juxtapose the Constitution against the behavior and pronouncements of state actors, it is the pronouncements and the behavior that counts, not the Constitution. It is the pronouncements which count, which carry the day, which constitute policy, state policy, as opposed to what the Constitution says. That's how it is. That's how to interpret where we are. So, Peter, it's fear. You instill fear, and you hope that very many people will succumb to fear and recoil and become fatalistic and say, well, we will wait when God will intervene and change things for us. We will wait. That is it. That's the intention. You become hopeless. There's nothing I can do. Here, I rely on God. God, please intervene and help me. So people go to church. What happens then in such societies? Then churches boom. Pastors become like these are like people who offer hope. Become like miracle workers. These things will change tomorrow. No, but don't even worry. Even Hosea, whoever it is, they even invoke the Bible, went through some of these tribulations. So you are not the only ones. There's eternal life waiting for you. So societies that are traumatized like this, they tend to push people into the hands of charlatans, religious charlatans, motivational speakers, want to inspire people, that kind of thing. When the state fails, it pushes people into the hands of those quacks, all over the place, offering false hope, when in actual sense they want to cash in on the frustrations and tribulations of the people. So it's a very slippery path, this one, and it has to be arrested. If it's not arrested, then it plunges people into disillusionment, hopelessness, and they lose agency. They think they can't do much about their lives, and then they resign themselves to their own fate. And when they resign themselves to their own fate, then anybody can just wake up. I'm apostle so and so. I'm prophet so and so. I don't know, I'm what so and so. I'm here to liberate you. You're the children of Israel. You're in bondage. It refers to you people who are being, subjugated to torture by the state as children of Israel. It's going to liberate you from Egypt. Really? What kind of talk is that? But if you are frustrated, you say, yeah, I think this is our savior. It's not our savior. So, Pipita, that is the challenge. That's why bad governance, dictatorship, surveillance, torture, a combination of all those kind of practices, has the capacity to psychologically eviscerate people and reduce them to wrecks. And when you reduce people to wrecks, then you can do whatever you want to do. You can stay in power for as long as you want, like Museveni. You can stay there for almost 40 years. You can stay in power for almost 50 years until you die, because no one is going to challenge you. And then when there's surveillance and the state police like that, what happens? It's like in Iraq under Saddam Hussein. Iraq is under Saddam Hussein. Even if you went to a barber shop, you just went to a barber shop or a salon, and you just go there for what sent you there, what took you there. The barber will, groom you, and then you walk out. You don't talk politics, because the barber is not so sure whether you are a state agent, and you are not so sure whether the barber is a state agent. When you get into public transport, you sit and keep quiet. When you reach your destination, you get off the bus, you go where you're going. You don't engage in some small talk with the person who's seated next to you. You don't know who they are. They could be an agent of the state, and the other person thinks you are an agent of the state. When you go to class as a teacher, you stick to the curriculum. You don't introduce other things. You don't have an opinion on anything. You don't amongst your students, who are they? State agents or not? And the students don't know you as a teacher, whether you're a state agent. So they don't also express themselves. Can you imagine? Society is traumatized on a grand scale. If you're in church or a pastor, you stick to the Bible. You don't even try to interpret the Bible, what it means in real life. Just read it as it is, and you leave it as it is. Let people try and interpret for themselves. Don't try to interpret it. You may get into problems. So that is what happens when the state engages in surveillance and torture and turn itself into a police state. And that secret state police, it has got a far-reaching psychological impact on people, and they don't recover quite easily. And that's why we are concerned. Not just concerned because people are disappeared and stuff like that. It's the psychological damage whose cost you cannot calculate. It's incalculable when people are traumatized. How many psychologists, therapists will you get for millions of people who are traumatized to help them overcome? You can't have them. And when that trauma is not processed, then you're going to have violence within the society, domestic violence, violence in social places where people go, to socialize in bars and those kind of places. They become violent. People are playing football in game. It turns violent. People are fighting. Before we realize, no, there are casualties there. But we thought that was supposed to be a football match. No, it turned into some war zone. Supporters of that team squared out with the supporter of the other team. What is that? Trauma. It's called trauma. It's something we shouldn't we shouldn't look at lightly. We have to arrest that. People must speak up. When they have got issues, they must raise those issues. They shouldn't be criminalized. They shouldn't be censored. They shouldn't be gagged because of what they wrote on social media or what they said, either in public spaces or in private spaces. Those things should not be used against people. Let them ventilate. It is for the good of the society. It's like a pressure cooker. If it doesn't ventilate, you've got problems. That is the analogy of a society. A society where people don't speak up, don't express themselves. The pressure, builds up within. That's dangerous. It must be a valve. And the valve is free speech, freedom of expression, freedom of thought, freedom of conscience. Those are valves in a society. So you govern better. You let people express themselves. You govern like an autocrat, like Hitler. You gags people. It's as simple as that. And at the end of the day, like Hitler, perhaps you commit suicide because you can't stand the consequences of your atrocities. You just take your life. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Western Shilao. Remember, today is trending topic Wednesdays, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really going through it all.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippi.
You're listening to Home Run with People, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. We happen here each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. And right now we are on our final hour. Thank you so much for being with us. Of course, we are on our second last day of October here. That is the second last show of October, which will also be marking 1 year and 3 months since Home Run with People started. Wow. Of course, my 10th. I've not been counting because you said you're not going to be posting about the months. We're going to celebrate 2 years on July 10th of 2025. That will be 2 years of Home Run with Pipi. It's a journey, and we are part of it, of course, in the way of education as well. Tunasema kwamba make sure kwamba unajua your voice matters. Hizo vitu zenye Western anasema hapa, sijui ukiingia kwa matatu and you're not be able to speak, your voice matters for now. And before it gets to not mattering, let's keep on talking. Ole tu nasema, anyone talking of waiting up to 2027 to vote Ruto out is either a Ruto operative or a sympathizer or knees. We aren't fools. Wait Baba Narasha mwenyewe. Thanks so much for that submission. Wait or not, we are always here. We are here talking. But tukifika pale kwa Supreme Court, we clearly see there is no court. Yeah. Supreme Court yesterday nullified the 2023 finance bill, that petition that was making it irregular. Now the bill is as clean as it has. Can you imagine that? Clean bill of health for that. So I'm thinking, how many people are, or how many things are getting that clean a bill of health bila kudeserve? Jambo Big Boss, ningependa urudi tena kwenye mic, labda utuambie maoni yako kuhusu, unajua ulikuwa umetuambia kuhusu mambo ya nyumbani, labda mtizamo wako wa siasa kimataifa vipi? I'm trying to get Ismail on the mic, I can't get him. Ala, ni kama tumepoteza hata nani, my guy Big Boss. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. Mositana said, let's talk a little but act more. Changing things in 2027 is a pipe dream. Wacha niulize. Do you guys believe that 60% of Kenyans believe we need a 7-year term? Alkebulan, sijui kama uko hapo bado. Do you believe that Kenyans actually do believe they want a 7-year term?
I don't think so, Pipi. Pole Pipi, niko mbali, kuna kelele, but hiyo
Okay,
sidhani
sawa
kama
sawa.
ni hivyo. Nani Cherargei anadanganya, ni muongo.
Haya, tutarudi kwako Alkebulan. Western, do you think when you're talking about let us wait for 2027, do you think you're going to get a free and fair election? Or we're just waiting for another disappointment?
Pipita, no. I have expressed my reservations before over that, because one must be an incurable optimist to believe that there will be elections in 2027. There may be a semblance of elections, but they won't be credible. They won't be credible not because you are a doomsayer, because there's history to that. There's history to that. Because can you imagine all the elections that Kenya has held since independence to date? I think the only credible election was the 2002 one. Can you imagine? I mean, that's staggering. That is staggering. Well, the other election was the one that preceded independence. That one also was said to have been fairly free. But everything else in between has been mired in fraud, in massive irregularities, in, if you like, outright theft, in manipulation of the process by state agents. So that is the thing. And when the political stakes are high, not just in Kenya, but in many other African countries, then it means that the incumbent is more concerned about the outcome of elections more than anything else. That's what it means. So I'm not saying people shouldn't look forward to elections, because in a democracy, we hold elections periodically. In a democracy, the only way to change leadership is through elections. So that's the ideal on books and in literature, where students of politics are taught. That's what happens. There's no other way of getting leadership in a democracy other than through elections. But that is the ideal. It's the ideal because there are other factors that have to facilitate that. One of which is the rule of law. But we are grappling with the rule of law in Kenya, aren't we? That's why we are on this space. The rule of law, we are grappling with that. We are grappling with an inclusive polity where every other Kenyan feels part and parcel of this country. We are grappling with that. So there are fault lines within the society, and those fault lines, without a doubt, impact on the credibility of elections. If people are threatening you, like you could go to jail, an incumbent like William Ruto, you can go to jail if you want to win elections by hook or crook, by fair or foul means, and let the chips fall where they may. In any case, you say, I will not be the first person to have put the first one on the electorate. I won't be the first one, and definitely I won't be the last. So that is the challenge. But you never know. We could have credible elections, Peter. As I say, there are no absolutes when it comes to these things. We could just have credible elections, and that's why it's where you say, I would want to be proven wrong. You've ever made a prediction and then you add a rider. I would want to be proven wrong. And when you're proven wrong, now it means things have gone well, because the worst case scenario didn't come to pass. So that is my fear, Peter, that we may not. The stakes are high as far as the run up to the 2027 elections are concerned. Stakes are high. And it's like in the run up to 2007 elections, Mwai Kibaki had lost a referendum in 2005. And the guys who had mobilized successfully against that draft constitution had grouped, and they were looking forward to 2007 election. They put him on notice that this was a dress rehearsal. We've defeated you. This 2005, constitutional referendum. The big thing is coming in 2007. We will send you home. Well, the rest may not be history, but people recollect, those who are there, those who have read what transpired. Pipita, about the constitution and the finance bill. Pipita, you see, I asked elsewhere in the morning, what was the basis of the creation of the Supreme Court of Kenya? Because in the previous constitution, the apex court was the Court of Appeal. So if it was about jurisdiction, well, the constitution could just have expanded the jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal will have the final say vis-a-vis presidential petitions and a whole host of things. You expand their jurisdiction, and if it's justices, you can organize those things so that you empower it, you give it more teeth and that kind of thing, because it would have had the final say over very weighty matters, public interest issues. But this other layer of the Supreme Court, because you, Peter, you ask yourself, so what law books did the judges of the High Court read? What law books did the judges of the Court of Appeal read? And what law books are these judges of the Supreme Court read? How do you trust that? How do you trust that? Like how did you come to that verdict that this Finance Bill 2023 is constitutional? How did you arrive at that verdict? But you see, it puts Kenyans in a fix, Peter, because they have got the final word. So when they make mistakes, we have to live with those mistakes. There's no recourse. You can't go to the court of East Africa, whatever, in Arusha, Sonko trial. You can't. You have to live. If you were members of the European Union, if we had a supranational entity like the European Union, we say, no, I will appeal this matter in Brussels or whichever place, the European Court of Justice. I'm going to appeal it there. We don't have that recourse here. So they have to exercise a lot of dexterity in their reading and interpretation of the law. And when a court has got the final say on issues in the society, Peter, they do not only operate within the realm of the law, they also operate within the realm of the society largely from a broader perspective. Like this 2024 finance bill created a lot of brouhaha to the extent that Ruto had to shelve it. People went onto the streets. There were casualties. We haven't recovered from that mayhem. Still around? So how can the finance bill that preceded it be constitutional? Or even how can you okay it? You can only okay it because you're divorced from the politics of the day and the mood in the society in which you operate. That's how you can go ahead and make that kind of a ruling. Yes. Because you even go outside of the constitution. And by going outside of the constitution, it's not that you're being activist. It's not that you're being political. No. You want to appreciate the pulse of the society for the simple reason that, Peter, there may be a piece of law in the constitution or as an act of parliament. But if this law elicits a lot of discontent, then that law has to be repealed. That's what it means. It has to be repealed. Because, as they say, man is not meant for the law. Man the man and man the woman. The sociological man is not meant for the law. The law is meant for man. For man the man and man the woman. So if the law cannot serve man and the woman, you repeal the law. You don't force the man to adjust to the bad law. That's what it means. So people keep on saying, "No, the constitution." No, you don't force people to adjust their lives to a bad law. A bad law is repealed because it's supposed to serve people, supposed to serve society. People are not supposed to serve the law. They're not to be reduced to, slaves of the law. It can't be. So the Supreme Court is problematic, and that's why there's some jurists and some lawyers who have got a problem with it. You have got a problem with it, and then those questions are valid. Those concerns are valid because given that it has got the final say on many issues, it cannot rigidly interpret the constitution and the law. It has also to read the mood of the people of Kenya. It has also to read the history of the people of Kenya. It must also read the contradictions within the Kenyan society. And those things have to come and bear on their reading and interpretation of the law. That's what it means. It cannot just, this law says this and therefore this is what it is. It cannot be that the state actors want this and therefore that's what's going to pass. It shouldn't work like that. It's like Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, that lawyer. Why would he be barred from appearing before the Supreme Court? No, you ask yourself. Even if you have no knowledge of law, why should he be barred? Because he has criticized the justices of the Supreme Court? No, that's not reason to bar him. Because remember, you are there to dispense justice. And when you're a jurist, you dispense justice even to your worst enemy. You don't just dispense justice to your friends. If that is what you do not have what it takes to sit as an umpire, adjudicating all sorts of challenges and contradictions in society. You dispense justice even to people who don't like you, even to people who criticize and say mean things about you. You dispense justice to them. So if you buy a lawyer from appearing before a court, so what becomes of that lawyer's clients? Don't they deserve justice? What becomes of that lawyer if he was to find himself in a legal quagmire? Does it mean that lawyer cannot appear before you? Those are problematic things. And when you're a judge, you shouldn't have a thin skin. It's like when you're a president, you shouldn't have a thin skin. You should have a thick skin. Thick. Because a lot of things will be thrown your way. A lot of barbs will be thrown your way. But you must withstand those things because they come with the territory. You adjudicate over weighty issues. You cannot afford to have a thin skin to say, look, you are saying pejorative things about us, we ban you from appearing before us. It can't be like that. Clearly, that is not part of the spirit of this constitution. Clearly, it's not. The culture of banning people, it was the in thing under the previous constitution. This one, no. This one was where even you insult the president and the president can invite you to a cup of tea and ask you, like, what were you saying? What is your problem? What is it? Invites you, over a cup of tea. Wants to understand what issues do you have. It's not where when you insult the president, you disappear. Or somebody knocks on your door at night. And when people wake up, you are nowhere to be found. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't to be like that. Speak your mind. You say what you want to say. And especially for those who wield power. You wield power, and therefore you have to exercise a lot of restraint because you can hurt people. So you must exercise restraint. So Pipita, this layer, this Supreme Court layer, yeah, it can't be that, things look promising under the lower courts, and then when they appear the apex court, suddenly they turn into something else. And people have got every reason to ask those questions. You can't. You can't. You can't say because you have this final word, and therefore they have to make peace with the fact that the ruling has been made, and there's nothing they can do about it. It can't be. This was a precursor. Kenyans did not just express, angst then the way they did, because then we say, okay, this finance bill 2023 is problematic, but okay, let's see. Now, when the same thing repeated, 2024, say, no, it can't be. So, as a jurist, as a lawyer, as a justice, then you rule that what preceded what is there currently is constitutional. Really? No, it can't be, Peter, it can't. This Supreme Court was supposed to help in enhancing the rule of law and what students of law call jurisprudence. Like, you help in coming up with the decisions that out of sagacity, wisdom, and philosophy. And because, yeah, they thought hard and long. It was not meant to be populated by people who rigidly read the law. That was not, if you were to ask me, that is not my understanding. It was meant to be populated by people who are open-minded, very broad, very broad. Yes, they understand the law, they understand the constitution, but also they understand the society within which that constitution is supposed to be enforced and implemented, and they rule accordingly. It's as simple as that. So they are becoming predictable, which shouldn't happen, when it comes to a court of immense powers like that. Secondly, it's like an elitist court. Well, it's like an oxymoron when you say an elitist court, because courts tend to be elitist by their very nature. But elitist in the sense that Kenyans hear about the Supreme Court after presidential elections, where there's heightened activity in the Supreme Court. The petition, presidential laws, heightened activity. In between, not much. But there are very weighty issues that affect ordinary people. That court should insist that they don't go through the lower court. They go directly to the Supreme Court to pronounce itself on that. Very weighty issues affecting ordinary people. As far as social, economic rights, for instance, those kind of things, which were not there under the previous constitution. Those kind of matters must go directly to the Supreme Court. When like, an example is, like, there's a piece of land, a big piece of land, Pipita. Somebody grabbed land in the 70s or 80s. Then people have watched and say, but this land is just lying here. And then they go and, demarcate the land, and, these people who didn't have land. Now, that matter, you don't take it to the high court or a lower court. It's a weighty issue. It's a weighty issue. And it's not just a legal issue that you've got a title deed to a piece of land running into thousands of acres. No, it's not as simple as that. So when it goes to the Supreme Court justices should ask themselves, how morally admissible is it for one person to have so much land where most people don't, and they're squatters? How morally admissible is that? How? They will have to ask those questions. It's not enough to say, we have got a title deed to this piece of land, and these people are squatters. They have invaded our land, therefore they must be evicted. No, a court in a country that has got massive historical injustices such as Kenya cannot look at the law like that. So where do these people go who don't have land? And there's a huge piece of land in their midst that's just lying fallow. And these people have no land. How? But if you read the law rigidly, you will give an eviction order that these people be evicted. Okay, and then we go to the constitution. What about the right to housing? What about social and economic rights? And owning a piece of land is an economic right, because land is the principal factor of production. So if you don't have a piece of land, well, you're really poor. You're really poor, because you can't even get collateral from a bank. You can't say, no, let me take this title deed. They give me a loan to do one of. You are so poor. So how do you tolerate that? You can't. So the ruling will not just be based on the law that this is your land. I don't know, you bought it in 1970. And then the law looks, but in 1970, you are a cabinet minister. Chances are you took advantage of your powers as a state actor to possess this land. That's what it is. So it wasn't hard for you to also get a title deed under your name, as far as this land is concerned. You see how it is, those kind of historical injustices. Because where there are massive historical injustices like that, if you just invoke the law, you hurt poor people. You hurt disempowered people. You hurt people with no means. And you continue locking them into poverty that runs into generations to come. And so if the law has to make any sense, it has to liberate those kind of people. The same thing in Nairobi, where people had built on a piece of land, I don't know, was it where? Somewhere there. And that land was said to be belonging to a politician. And the politician had obtained an eviction order. No, Pipita, you can't. You cannot. In a normal society, you cannot. A court cannot allow somebody to go and get the bulldozer and you tear down people's houses because this is your land. And no, you can't. You cannot. Well, you can't. Because these people have taken loans or their life savings to build those houses. So if you tear those houses, can you imagine how many families you're plunged into poverty? How many families are plunging into poverty? Some people just die out of frustration and psychological turmoil. Now, the state is not supposed to do that. You weigh the rights of one person against the rights of very many people. It's like the analogy is, if you're driving, you've got a bus full of people, and there's somebody on the road, and you can see, no, here, if I swerve, I'm going to get into some ditch, and very many people are going to die in this bus. So what do? You run over that one individual. It's a moral question. Well, you've run over one person, but you have saved so many people. As opposed to if you save this one person and the vehicle swerves into some gully, and the death toll runs into very many people. It's like that. So the interest, the well-being, the rights of many people against the right of one person. And it's not like you're interpreting this law in a country where the rule of law has operated over the years. No, you're exercising this jurisdiction of this particular court in a country that is mired in historical injustices. A judge should be aware of that, such that the people who are invoking the law and coming with the papers to prove that they own this and that, chances are that, legitimate, valid as the papers may be, they were acquired fraudulently in the past. Much as these people who are built on this piece of land may be considered invaders, they have come, but these people have no access to land, and the one person is owning so much land, it's unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. And therefore the state has to, as it were, to bridge those inequalities. It has to bridge those inequalities. And in the process of doing that, it can hurt people. It can hurt individual people. But in the course of hurting individual people, it meets the interest and the well-being of the majority. Then that law needs to be celebrated. That court needs to be celebrated. It needs to be celebrated. So, Pipita, yeah, we have to raise those questions, really. We have to raise those questions because we should never be slaves of the law. The law should serve us, should serve the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya should not be slaves of the Constitution. The Constitution should serve them. Judges should serve the people of Kenya in the manner in which they interpret the Constitution and the law, and in their judgments and pronouncements and rulings. The rulings must accrue benefits to the greatest number of people possible, especially when it comes to public interest litigation. That's what it means. But we are not yet there, Pipita, unfortunately. And that's why you're asking questions. How come this 2023 finance bill, how could it be constitutional? It cannot be constitutional. It can't. Because the one that succeeded, it caused a lot of anger. And not just anger. People have died. People have been killed. People have been disappeared because of it. So judges, how can they ignore all that? They can't. But they have. Where is the appeal? There's no appeal. We have to make peace with that. So, Pepita, I don't know. These are conversations we must have as a society, as a country. We must have these conversations. Nothing should be out of the table as far as nation building is concerned, as far as overcoming historical injustices is concerned, as far as building a society that is inclusive is concerned. Nothing should be out of the table. All these things must be canvassed and be heard openly and frankly. You can't say, no, don't talk about the Supreme Court. No, you can't criticize the rulings of the courts. No, you can't say that. Because if you say that, you're reducing people to another tyranny. It's not just this tyranny of the police, abducting you and disappearing you and stuff like that. No, it's another tyranny which is ideological, whereby there are decisions that are made that are hurting you, but you're told, no, you can't say anything about them. Because, it is the courts that ruled. Well, but the courts are not infallible. No, but it's the courts that rule, but the judges are not infallible. You can't say that. So when you are silenced, then you're told you must subsist under another form of tyranny of the law, tyranny of the Constitution, so that the Constitution, instead of serving you, making your life bearable, it is another albatross that is weighing you down. It can't be. So for me, I am not surprised, for the simple reason that I'll keep on saying the law largely is an instrument of power. It is. It's an instrument of power. And that's why in places like Mexico, the other day, they decided to, we're going to elect judges popularly. Well, I'm not so sure whether that is going to resolve their challenges. We'll see how they go about it. No, judges must be popularly elected. Can you imagine? Well, we are electing people here in Kenya as members of parliament. Are they accountable to us? So even if we were to elect judges and, justices of the Supreme Court, I'm not so sure whether that will enhance accountability. It's not going to. But talking, we must continue talking and having these conversations, as opposed to simply, coming up with more laws, coming up with more layers, coming up with more bodies and institutions, when in actual sense, substantively speaking, do these institutions enhance the lives of the people of Kenya? Or do these institutions constitute another burden to the people of Kenya in terms of funding them and getting nothing in return? So they pocket your money. You fund their, cushy lifestyles. But what do you get? You get nothing. It's a harvest of thorns when you go to the courts. Pipita, on average, the ordinary person in Kenya really waits for justice for a very long time. For a very, very long time. You wait and wait and wait. In Kenya, for instance, the other day was said, a murder case on average could take 7 or so years. 7 years to resolve a murder case. 7 years. And it's true. I've been reading in the papers, murder cases that are running into 20, I don't know what, 16 or thereabout. Like, really? What are they still doing in the corridors of the judiciary? What are they doing? People will die in the course of that duration. A judge even can die. Then another judge has to come and say, no, I don't know what this matter is all about. We have to begin all over again. Like, is that how justice is dispensed? It can't be. So this Gashagwa thing, and when you see it's moving very fast, that's not how Kenyan matters before the courts move. They don't move that fast. They drag, and they're expensive because the cost is not just in terms of cents and shillings. The cost is also psychological. They don't bring closure. If a case lingers in the courts for many years, it takes a toll on you. It takes a toll on you. You want closure and move on with other things, but it's there. No, you have to go to court. Oh, it has been postponed. January. You say it's going. Another mention is December of that year. Well, that's the whole year. When you go to December, say no, it's going the following year. I don't know, July. Like, really? When is this matter going to be resolved? So they must move with speed. Move with speed and dispense justice even as they move with speed, and justice to ordinary people, not just to the political elite, to ordinary people, people who have no means, who have got no money, who have got no titles, who have got no names to drop. If justice was to make sense, it has to respond to the interests and the well-being of those people. But we can't say there's justice because regard is in the courts. No, this person is part of power. It can't be justice. It can't be justice because Raila Odinga is petitioning the Supreme Court over a presidential election. No, that can't be justice. He can afford it. And even when it goes the other way, his circumstances don't change. You can see. But you are an ordinary person. You may be in a court of law over a piece of land. And if you lose that piece of land, you're plunged into poverty. You can see. With him, if the courts rule this way or that way, his circumstances don't change. His material conditions don't change. He remains politically relevant. He remains influential. He can walk to State House as he wishes. He can have junkets with the president. But ordinary people, if a court rules in one way or the other, that can really, plunge you into some bottomless pit. So you hang on to that ruling, that verdict, that I pray that the judge is going to rule in my favor. But Raila Odinga couldn't care less. Can call them bandia and whatever. When the judges wake up the following day, he's shaking the hand of the very, very person he was petitioning against. His life continues. You can imagine. So we tend to think that when the courts are addressing and adjudicating matters involving those people, that's when justice is. No, it's not. They can afford it. They can afford that drama. Regard these attorneys are saying they can stretch this thing for the entire duration until next election. Can you stretch a court case that long? If you have got an attorney, you're going to become a pauper. You can't afford. But they say they can stretch it for as long as it takes. They're not even in a hurry that this matter be concluded. You can imagine. So those are not the people to use to gauge as to whether our courts are working or not. They are not. It is the ordinary people in informal settlements, those people in rural areas, the workers, these people who have no benefits at work, these unemployed people, these youth people, victims of extrajudicial execution, their mothers, do they get justice? Widows, do they get justice? The elderly, do they get justice? Orphans, do they get justice? Those are the people who can use to gauge as to whether really this new constitution and this new court, the Supreme Court and the other courts, lower courts, are dispensing justice. We look at those people. When the matters appear before those judges, are they prioritized? Do they really see that justice has been done? No, it's not the political elite. No, they can afford it. They can afford the drama. They can afford the luxury. They can afford to stay there for as long as it takes because it doesn't pose any threat to their interests, politically, socially, economically. No. To the ordinary people who can go to jail for 20 years, for 50 years, for 30 years, they can go to jail when they break the law. So it's those people we must be concerned about. So let us not be these elitist people who think that if Rigadi gets justice, then that justice is, the law, the courts are working and the constitution is working for the people of Kenya. No. That's not a yardstick. The yardstick is that mama who's gone to court and says that somebody dispossessed her of her piece of land. Yeah, that's mama. Does that mama get justice? It is that teacher who has been fired, and they think they were fired, because they stood up to something, or they said something that TSA, Teacher Service Commission, didn't like, and they fired the teacher. Does that teacher get justice? It is this pensioner who is keeping on going to Nairobi, searching for their pension, spending money. People asking this pensioner for bribes. Does this pensioner get justice if eventually they go to court and say, look, I've been working, I worked for the government, or I worked for this entity. Now I can't get my pension. I've been making trips to Nairobi and I can't afford to stay in Nairobi because I don't have money. I don't even have relatives in Nairobi, but every other time I'm told to go to Nairobi. And when I go to this office, they keep asking him for bribes. Does this person get justice? We should be concerned about that person. This parent whose child went to school and then they are called to go and collect a corpse. The school doesn't tell this parent what happened. They just call them, come, your child is hurt. And then they go, they are locked out of school. Stay at the gate. When they stay at the gate, they are brought to their child's, personal effects. What happened? No, your child has gone to hospital. No, the parent goes to hospital. No, the child is not in hospital. He's in a morgue. What happened? The school is not forthcoming. They're telling the child, talk to our lawyer. How do I talk to your lawyer? Can't you tell me what happened to my child? They don't say. They are hostile. Does this parent get justice? Peter. The question: does this parent get justice? If they don't get justice, then to what extent can we valorize and celebrate the Constitution and the new political and constitutional dispensation? To what extent? If your child can just, lose their life in a school and nothing happens, no one explains to you, you hear nothing, you bury your child and life continues. Like, how can you celebrate the Constitution? And these kind of things are happening every single day. Do those people get justice? Why don't they get justice? Why? Because they are not known. They are not members of parliament. They are not big shots. They don't drive big cars. So teachers can tell, you brought your child here on a border. So this parent here is not big. Their child is fair game. Even if something was to happen to the child, there's nothing this parent can do. They can't afford an attorney. But when a parent appears in a SUV, they sit up. Here we can't play games. We could go to jail. We could go to jail here. So they steer clear. Is that the society we want? We don't want that society. But it's those things are happening on a daily basis. A school should never be a graveyard where when you take your child, then you are told to collect the corpse. What is that? What's happening there? What's happening there? Shouldn't be. So, Pipita, that's my take. I question this new layer called the Supreme Court in Kenya, whether it was just borrowed from the US or some other place, or whether there was any thinking in its establishment. What thinking informed its establishment as far as enhancement of access to justice is concerned. Thank you, Pipita.
Thank you so much, Western Shilaho. Your submission gets us to exactly 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Let me see what is going on the comment section. I see former Esther Nongelas Jugari, yeah, Gava, yeah, Prezo, in it manifest. You have a very weird account. All right. I am here, ladies and gentlemen, of course, about to finish the show today. Thank you so much for everybody who was tuned in. We are on our final second last day of October, by the way. Yeah, and I see Jabali saying betting companies and churches are thriving. Watu wanataka kuomoka overnight. Sikupenda kwetu wadau. hakuna namna. How do we tell you that? Hakuna namna. It's not our liking. I used to judge people a lot, yeah. But I realized when you have privilege, you sometimes think those who don't have are stupid. And you have to desist so much from thinking like that. Especially when if you have, for example, power. And even if you listen to people, you'll realize that when they have power, they forget that this power has been given to them by somebody. And if somebody gave you power, they're going to take it. Big boss, I don't know kama uko kwenye mic. I want to call it a night today. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa patient with me. I hope my voice will be back normal in the following few days. But kama napenda kazi yangu, niko na tip jaline pale, ingeni pale mtu support. Big boss.
Sawa kabisa. Kuna siku hizi siasa ndo zinaanza. Mtu mmoja kakaa na mimi kaniambia, jua usiwahi chukia kitu kama una sababu. Nikamwambia una maana gani? Niambia, jua anamchukia Ruto kwa sababu ana kiburi. Nikamwambia, sema ule jamaa ana kiburi sana, sikizi mtu. Lau watu wangesoma hiyo kitu kama mimi, yule ni malaika, yule ni malaika ambao ni shetani, ni watu hawajui. Sasa hicho kitu sasa ndo kimejitokeza para, yani kuna baadhi sasa ndo wanakiona, hata wale walikuwa wanashangilia muda ule, yani sasa ndo wanaanza kuona hicho kitu ambacho kuna watu waliona. Message yangu ni ipi hapo? Watu tufunguke macho, yani wakati tuna haya macho ya kuona nje, yale ya ndani pia yaone vizuri. Na kuhusu hili swala la kuwa rais aongezwe muhula iwe miaka 7, sawa, kimtazamo na upande mwingine, hata ukiwa na mzazi mzuri, hata kwa boma mkiwa na mtu kiongozi mwema, mnaweza tamani adumu milele. Na tunaona nchi za kifalme vile zinaendeshwa katika harakati ya kuwa mtu anaendeleza kila alichoanzisha mpaka amalize. Sawa, hiyo kuna uwezekano mtu apewe muda mrefu akamilishe mambo fulani, miradi yake ama nini. Lakini sasa hawa ambao tuko nao, hawa ambao tunaweza sema wapewe hata hiyo miaka 7, hii miaka 5 tu wametuketisha kwenye misumari moto. 5 hata 2 mtu unatamani walai kama dua zinafika basi hata bora wafi. Sasa je iwe 7? Ndugu yangu, si kila mtu atajiongelesha. Tuombe Mungu polepole. Mungu pia anatusikiza. Mimi langu ni hilo, tuombe Mungu polepole na kusikiza, naye anatusikiliza. Ndio maana akatupatia ulimi na mdomo, tumuombe wenyewe. Waache kwenda kwa msitaji wengine sijui nini. Hivi nimemaliza ndugu yangu. Mungu atujalie tena kesho inshallah.
Inshallah ndugu yangu. Alkebulan, talk to me. Are you there? Ama umeshaenda nyumbani?
Niko kelele ndio mingi pipi.
Haya, so tuonane kesho. Alkebulan, tuadane kesho ama tukungoje?
Haya, sasa pipi, wacha niharakishe, but point yako ni ukweli. Hawa watu wanasahau kwamba power, wamepata power, ni kama imewaingia kwa akili, especially wa this regime, because one thing ni Ruto haezi fanya kazi kama watu hawako Kenya. They need workers to work for them, or any big industry, hata hao wenye wana invest pesa in Kenya in the mining industry, they need low class people to work for them. Na if hiyo ndio kitu wanasahau, juu hao watu low class wenye wanatuita sisi low class, tukiamua ku go against them, they will not have their livelihoods. Ndio kwa maana baadaye, kusema tu kweli, in my own thinking, naona ni kama Ruto angekuwa na uwezo angetuwasi wote at once. But then lazima economy iendelee, lazima watu wa make pesa zao zile zenye wali put in the economy. They have big people who are just wanawashikilia. Otherwise ingekwanga tu maoni yake, angetumaliza tu sisi wote one night na yeye aishi. But then lazima these small wigs tukue ndio tufanye kazi, ndio hawa kenye wana earn. So wanasahau ya kwamba even these small people they are important. Na mimi nashuku tu inaweza fika tu siku Ruto anaweza fanya hivi vile tu anaendelea tu, anaweza fanya kitu vile alifanya hadi finance bill, kila mtu akakasirika. Kuna kitu kingine anaweza fanya tu hivyo, kila mtu akasirike na tuende tumtoe kwa hiyo kiti. Otherwise acha tupunguze hasira, tuendelee kuomba Mungu atusaidie pia, but tusiachilie kazi yetu. Our work is important, especially kama ni yako na ufanyie mtu yote kazi, hata kama itakuletea 10 bob, that's very very important. Shikilia kabisa as we hope for liberty for everyone. Okay, that's hiyo tu niko nayo for now.
Asante sana kwa hiyo support yako Alkebulan, Big Boss Western, for being here and talking to us. It's 3 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you so much for being here on Home Run with Pipi this wonderful day. Asanteni sana. I want to call it a night unless there's someone who has a question or a submission. And then I'm going to call it a night hapa hivi ndani.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pipi.
Wadau, najikaza hapa hivi na lemon tea na lemon grass tea just to see if we can get my voice back, but I'm glad that you guys have been patient with me. Thank you so much for being with me this today and also yesterday while I was still trying to get my voice back. I hope my voice will be back soon. Na pale hivi juu bana, tip jai is not looking good bwana, na mnajua ni kubada hapa, tarehe ni mbaya. Mwenye nyumba anatuangalia anasema hiyo yenye mnaita studio wapi rent? Kwa hivyo ukiongea pale hivi kwenye tip line uingie support, it's gonna be amazing. Nakwambia hii kazi ya advocacy is not easy, and of course when you start pushing your own dreams and then now people have to fund it. I actually think media is actually very expensive. When you see some media houses saying they are going to close up, you have to understand. Without a marketing budget, it's crazy. And the people that we send marketing budgets to are now acting some type of way. So tutafanya vipi? But yeah, I see Jimmy amekuja kutusalimia hapa. Jimmy, hi.
Hey, what's up, man?
Niko poa. I'm recovering from a cold, but I'm good, bro.
Oh, sorry. Mi niko poa, actually. Mine was salamu tu. Sikuwa na mambo mingi sana. Nimepotea for a while, but nakusikizanga sometime naingianga dakika kidogo alafu natoka.
Muhimu ni uko sawa. Muhimu ni uko sawa tu. Unajua?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Sometimes nasikianga ile umerecord, naisikianga baadaye. Yeah.
Nice. Hiyo ni poa. Mi niko poa tu, ni homa na pambana nayo. I've been struggling to speak, but of course, show must go on, homa or not.
Whether the kidding or the decking, ni lazima iendelee.
Yeah.
All the best, bro.
Nashukuru sana manze, na ukiweza unaingia pale hivi kwenye tip mzee.
Sijaga mimi naingianga. Naweza ingia leo. Mimi yangu naweza ingia anytime.
Yeah, yako ni kama yes, na anytime unaweza show up.
Yeah. Anyway, but actually, are you talking about? There was something I was thinking of. It came across my mind, and I was like, why do we as African have to rely with the Europeans or like the Europe, sana, or the Europeans, whether Western or Europe or whatever? Because I was thinking of, I have been in many countries na naonaga like ukienda every country unakutaka gari za serikali ni za hiyo country. we Kenyan na tuko na Mobius tuinue hiyo kampuni. That's something have been something because naonanga serikali hakuna gari inatumianga ya Mobius, ni ya Kenya tunatumianga Toyota. If you go to Germany, they usually use German cars. If you go to Italy, gari za serikali ni za Italian car. Why not in Africa? Like Uganda, they have their own cars, but they use Toyota. Why? Sika kuna mtu ameshajiuliza hiyo swali because we have Mobius. It's from Kenyan, by Kenyans. Why not Mobius? People.
Mobius went under and a mysterious buyer bought it. Probably the mysterious buyer atajipatia tenda.
Yeah, because I think we Kenyans tusali tunatumia gari zetu. Unajua hiyo ndio itaajiri hata watu wengi because serikali nao inakuwa by the way tunakuwa na joka sana. But I know ni vile wanatakanga wakinunua hizo magari wanakula hizo nini? Hiyo tenda ya kuleta hizo magari. Wanakula tu, but I think ingekuwa inasaidia Kenya sana by far. Wangesema gari yote ya polisi ni Mobius. Simple as that. Ni gari imetengenezwa Kenya. We should be proud of our country, but I think Africa tuko hivyo because country nyingi za Afrika zinatengeneza magari but hakuna country inatumia gari zao, zinatumia za wenyewe. I was just curious about that. Ndio nimekuwa nikijiuliza because nilikuwa nikienda Biru nikaingia kwa nini nikaangalia mambo ya Mobius. That's what I had to today.
Thank you. We'll probably look into why we do not have homegrown companies. I think homegrown companies have been squeezed to the bone, and I think that is what has been the issue. They've been squeezed
because you
down.
Remember,
yeah.
Sorry to cut you off because I remember during COVID there was time kuna mtu alikuwa anakumbuka KU akitengeneza ICU machine. I don't know what sudden sijaisikia hiyo maneno na Uhuru akasema tutakuwa tutumia hizi. What happened? Those are the questions we should be also asking ourselves sometime. Anyway,
Alkebulan.
Yes, Pipi, you know, hiyo swali yenye anauliza is also my biggest concern because we are brainwashed to believe that vitu zenye ni za wazungu they are good, they are better than us, but reality ni hiyo time ya testing and trying and testing a product is what they have as an advantage against us, but in reality every product has to go through that way. Na kama sisi wa Kenya tunaweza tukachukua tu our own products tuseme we are not taking our money in any other country, we want our money to be within us, to try and test, not to be too hard on ourselves. And that's the way we are going to grow as people, because at our other companies like Toyota, they are just marketing. They are marketing themselves to us. And right now, kama Africa wajui, Africa is a very big potential market because of the population. So, population is our advantage because most of us are working class, and another big chunk ni watoto wadogo, they are growing up, which other continents do not have that because most of them wako na a big population ya wazee, na buying power ya watu wazee haina future. Next like 10 years, most people who will be having a buying power are the young people in Africa, not the majority of people who are elderly in maybe Europe and American countries and maybe Oceania area. That's a big risk. Maybe that is why they want Africans and Middle Easterns to join them and to get into those countries, just to boost their economy, just to have a buying power. And most economists wanaonanga hii kitu ndio kwa maana it's like Africa is a hot cake, but in the real sense they're just looking to get our money. Kama sasa hata World Bank wakiamua kupatia youth loan, you see that's an interest going into their pockets. So now what if sisi kama Waafrika tuamue we are going to empower each other through chamas and we buy whatever we need, alafu hiyo interest haitakuwa amongst ourselves. We will not have imposed interest on us. we'll be much freer. And that's why I usually say we need to start thinking to liberate ourselves economically. Na pia it is mostly connected to our politics, because unapata mtu kama Ruto anakuwa wooed by Meg Whitman, who is a billionaire, whose interest is to expand his businesses maybe to this African population, which has a big potential. Hata sisi tunafaa kujiona, we can actually do it, and we are at the right time to start thinking about it and to actually liberate ourselves economically because of our population, and we have each other. We can actually support one another and actually thrive. That's my thinking on that. Maybe someone else can say, or Pipito unaweza sema vile wewe unaona.
For me, I know if people stop being consumers, anze kuacha kusema eti we need to stop. First of all, I want us to start with this statement that we have a lot of debt. Who has a lot of debt? If you look keenly, it's politicians that have a lot of debt. We as the Kenyan people did not agree to this debt. Yeah. And it is through this debt, you see, we move from Toyota cars. We used to grow up, tukiwa wadogo, when I'm a young one. But when we used to grow up, we used to have these cars, Land Rover. Those ones were the ones that used to be the Mariamu of those days. So if you did something wrong, a Land Rover would always up. That was Moi's operandi. Yeah. And then now we moved into Kibaki's era, where he decided to bring what? The cruiser. Because of fuel efficiency and, of course, relatively cheap parts. And that has seemed to be the one that has been running right now. But of course, here and there you see the occasional Maharaja. So is it Mahindra? I think it's Mahindra. So the question is, can we do Kenyan? And of course, earlier on, Jimmy, you need to appraise yourself with the latest news. Mobius Motors went.
Kuna kitu sijasikia ukisema hapo.
Oh yes, I was talking about Mobius Motors. Okay.
Yeah.
On Mobius Motors walienda into receivership. I don't know if you had up until there.
Yeah. Sijasikia hapo.
Yes, so mute. They went into receivership because of debt, of course. And a week later somebody bought it. So ndio nilikuwa nakwambia the secret buyer. Who has already acquired it. So definitely it's going to go back to work. The question here is are they looking to
Lakini hey. Ni Africa anyway.
yeah, hiyo si nimekwambia countries pia wanakuwa na hizo
Box nini Mobius ama gani?
entrepreneurships.
Oh, don't pesa yenu ile wamenunua nayo gari, wamechukua 100 billion wanamletea 20 for free wanampea. No, sometimes nakaanga hivi naona I think tulirogwa Africa. I don't know how, but naona kama tulirogwa. I think
Noma sana.
yeah, but anyway, inaitagwa life.
Mi naweza sema it's a lot and
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
looks of things, if they don't want it, they can't have it. So I don't understand
yeah,
unless we all speak on the same language.
yeah, yeah. Hapo ni kweli.
But I feel like if we keep on sharing, what is going on, we also keep on inspiring other people as well.
Yeah, sure. Very true.
Yeah, so that was just my thought as well. I was like, okay, ndio sipo we are what we are going to and it's hurting us. But if we keep quiet or we don't talk about our experiences, because personally I've learned a lot about life abroad. I've learned about a lot of things just through these spaces. So I cannot take it for granted. Just not to say that you can learn a lot here on spaces. Anyway, Weston, I don't know if you have final words, but for me, I'm done. I just want to call it a night on this other side. Kifo imeanza kuwaka moto. Baridi imeanza kuingia. But yes, Weston, are you there?
Yes, Pipita, thank you so much. Let's continue dialoguing, continue talking to one another, not past one another, because problems that are not well spoken about cannot be resolved easily. So this is a first step towards overcoming the many challenges that confront us, because we are looking for clarity of thought, and then we'll figure out how to resolve them. Thanks so much, Pipita, always for this platform. Your contribution towards the struggle for a better Kenya cannot be gainsaid. Thank you so much. Good night to everybody.
Asante sana Jimmy. Mambo ya mwisho ama wewe pia umemaliza hivyo? Okay, thank you so much, Western Shilaho, of course, for keeping holding the fort. Today, this week, as you all have known, I have been really going through a very bad bout of cold, and yes, but I couldn't stop hosting Home Run with people because tushajifundisha consistency, and my pal Ochani would be in my inbox if I don't host the space by 5 p.m. But I like the accountability that we have built here on the show. That if people does not host the space, you have to be on his inbox and ask him why. And it's good because if anything happens to me, the first people to know will be people from Home Run with PP, and it will not be because they were told. It's because they will find out the first, because watasema, hey, where is PP for today? Despite the cold, I've been here because we really enjoy sharing and the nuggets of wisdom, of course, the discourse. It's always a pleasure to have you guys, and it's nothing that I take for granted. And having said that, I just want to say good night. Thank you so much for supporting us. Of course, you can help keep the lights on this side of the studio. Venye nazidi kuambianga kila time, you are my employers. Mimi sinanga eti mahali naenda kutoa employment. So if you like what I'm doing, pale hivi juu kuna tip ja line unaweka pale. That's what we put together to keep the lights on this side. Yeah. And of course, I have something new that is coming, but I don't want to jinx it. Yeah. So that one you'll find out as time goes. And of course, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, I'll repeat one more time. The tweet is pinned right here kwenye channel yetu hapa. You can see that pinned tweet. Make sure you have gone into that tweet. If you have not subscribed to my channel, that is how you can support me kama hujaingia pale kwenye tipja. Lakini kama umeingia pia kwa tipja bado, unaweza ingia pale if you have not subscribed and watch awesome stories. I have 4 right now. I have one segment that is launching tomorrow. So there's so much work I'm putting in, guys, behind the scenes as well. I'm working out na wako mbele ya kamera na nyuma ya kamera. But thank you so much kwa wale watu wenye ambao wana recognize na wanaendelea kusupport. So yes, that's all I wanted to update you that I am working on more YouTube content also coming up on the way. It's quite expensive, but let's do it. Tujitume bana. So thank you. Naona tumefunga 375 79 subscribers. Keep on subscribing. Let's meet at 400 tomorrow. When you get to 400, I have a new segment I'm dropping featuring Ray Wangila. You're gonna want to read that.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
Until then, ladies and gentlemen, have a great one and be safe. Good night and good day. Wale wanatusikiza on the other side.
This is Home Run with PP.